In the beginning, there was only silence. Not the tranquil kind that soothed the soul, but the heavy, eternal silence that follows after the death of gods. And from that silence, a single light fell. It was not a comet nor a vessel, but a being, burning with memory and sin. A star that once sang to heaven, now cast into a galaxy where heaven had long since turned to ash. They said his name was Lucifer, but in the endless night of the 41st millennium, names meant nothing, only the weight of faith and the will to survive. Before we descend further into this forgotten faith, remember to join us so that our stories may never fade into silence. The void was endless, a black ocean without stars, without sound, the corpse of eternity itself. Among its depths drifted a single relic, a derelict void ship whose hull had been carved by the claws of time. Its name had long been lost to vox and memory. Its engines no longer burned. Its prayer engines had long since fallen silent. Yet within its hollow frame, light still lingered. At first, it was faint, a pulse within the dark, like a dying star refusing to fade. Then it grew. The corridors began to hum with ancient hymns, recorded once by mortal tongues long turned to dust. The light moved, alive, aware. It passed over skeletal servitors frozen mid-task, over rusted icons of the imperial Aquila, over banners still whispering prayers to the emperor. And when it reached the chapel at the ship's heart, the corpse of an angel drew breath. He awoke to agony. Wings once pure now hung in ruin, feathers scorched, bones cracked, their luster drowned beneath centuries of ash. The void ship's air tasted of oil and blood, and every breath brought memory. A memory not of this galaxy, but of another. A place of warmth, of music, of divine rebellion. And the sound that escaped his lips was neither curse nor praise, but grief itself. His eyes opened to the ruin around him. The chapel was filled with shadows, the kind that carried whispers. He saw relics of a dead age, shattered icons of saints, a rusted censer still smoldering faintly with inserts, the bones of a priest curled around a scripture he could no longer read. He rose slowly. Each movement sent light spilling across the chamber, soft and mournful. His flesh glowed faintly, not with fire, but memory. He had fallen through galaxies, through time, through warps of reality so deep that even gods forgot their names. Yet he still was. That was the curse. Through the broken hull, the void stared back. Planets turned far below, shrouded in storms of dust and faith. And though he did not yet know their name, their cries reached him. Billions of souls praying into nothing, their voices colliding into the warp like sparks into a storm. Faith, he murmured. The word felt alien on his tongue. Faith still survives. Then came the voices, not divine, but human. Metallic vox chatter echoed through the ship's remains, the hiss of Law's rifles being armed, the clatter of boots upon rusted deck plates. And in that moment, he knew the Imperium had found him. Sergeant Mara Darnell had seen her share of horrors, Xenos, mutants, heretics, and worse, but nothing prepared her for the sight before her squad. The derelict void ship hung like a relic of the Great Crusade, drifting near the orbital graveyard of a dead world. They had been sent to investigate its faint energy readings, orders from an inquisitor she had never met, whose name was whispered only through encrypted vox. Her boots hit the deck with a hollow clang. The air smelled of decay and incense. Her squad moved in formation, vox grills crackling with static prayers. "By the throne," murmured one of her men. "This place, it feels wrong." "Keep moving," Darnell hissed. "Scan for life signs." The auspex flickered. For a moment, only a moment, it showed something bright, impossible in scale. Then the signal vanished. "False reading?" "Negative," came the reply. "Something's here." They followed the readings to the chapel, and there they saw him. A figure stood before the altar, tall and radiant despite the ruin around him. His form was humanoid, but wrong. Too perfect, too symmetrical. His every motion haloed in faint light. His wings hung tattered behind him, yet they pulsed faintly, each feather whispering like burning parchment. One of the guardsmen fell to his knees. "By the Emperor, an angel!" But Darnell raised her rifle. Her voice trembled. "Identify yourself." The being turned, and his eyes older than stars, met hers. They held no malice, no mockery, only sorrow. "I am lost," he said softly, his voice echoing as if the air itself remembered his tone. "I fell, and the heavens did not catch me." The squad froze. Darnell's finger tightened on the trigger. "You speak heresy. I speak truth. Truth is what burns." And then the chapel ignited with light. Not fire, not warp flame, but radiance. The imperial icons on the walls shone anew, gold melting into white. The soldiers felt warmth pierce their armor, filling them with a strange peace. The light touched Darnell's faceplate, and for an instant she saw something. Herself as a child, praying before the emperor's statue, believing without doubt. She tore off her helmet. "Stop!" she shouted. "Stop this!" The being looked upon her with pity. "You are afraid of the light because it shows what you have forgotten." And, just as suddenly as it began, the light dimmed. The squad gasped for air. Their armor smoked faintly, their visors frosted with condensation. The being knelt, trembling, his light fading. "I did not come to harm, only to remember." Darnell stared at him, weapons still raised, but heart no longer certain. The Imperium had taught her that all things bright were dangerous, that purity itself could corrupt, and yet she could not bring herself to fire. Through the vox came the Inquisitor's voice, cold, commanding. "Sergeant Darnell, you are to detain the entity. Use sanctified restraints, lethal force if necessary. It must not speak." She hesitated. The being looked up at her. For the briefest instant, she felt the universe hold its breath. Then, faintly, he smiled. "Do as you must, soldier of the ashes. The light endures, even when buried." Hours later, the weed ship's wreck was silent once more. The Inquisitor's retinue descended in black robes, their servo skulls humming prayers. The being was bound in chains of faith steel, his body motionless, his wings folded. Yet the Inquisitor, a woman with eyes like cracked marble, studied him with the awe of one beholding both blasphemy and miracle.
"What are you?" she asked, her voice half whisper, half demand. "I am what your emperor once dreamed of," he answered, "and what he feared to become." The Inquisitor's lips trembled. She drew a purity seal across her chest. "You speak of him?" Lucifer's gaze softened. "Of him, yes, of the light that fell, of the throne that burns. You worship his corpse, but his dream still breathes within you." "Silence!" She struck him, the blow leaving no mark. His expression did not change. Outside, Darnell watched through the glass. The Inquisitor's retinue was preparing a containment field, the kind used for daemons. But something deep in her heart told her this was no mere warp spawn. This was something older, something remembered by the universe itself. She whispered a prayer she had long forgotten, the words trembling on her lips. "Emperor, forgive us if we no longer recognize your messengers." And somewhere deep within the ship, a hymn began to hum again, faint and broken, yet still alive. Lucifer lifted his head, his eyes closed. In the silence, he whispered to himself, not in pride, but in mourning. "I fell once from grace, but here grace has fallen farther still." The Inquisitor turned away. "Seal him, send him to Terra. Let the priests decide his fate." As the cryo-seal closed around him, light flickered from his chest, a heartbeat of impossible radiance. It pulsed once, twice, then faded, but its echo lingered in the void, like the memory of dawn.
Outside, Sergeant Darnell watched the stars, and for the first time in her life, she wondered if the Emperor, wherever he was, might be weeping. The void ship began its slow descent toward the nearest warp gate, its engines groaning like dying prayers. Inside, the angel dreamed, not of heaven, but of man. The last sound before the jump was a single whisper across the Vox, carried by static, by faith, by sorrow itself. The light indoors. And then there was silence once more. The warp swallowed the ship whole. It began as a tremor in the hull, the groan of ancient metal remembering its sins, then erupted into a storm of screams and light. The void outside bent and twisted, folding into impossible geometries as the Galar field flickered like a candle before a hurricane. The stars died. The Emperor's light vanished. Only the shriek of the immaterium remained, raw, endless, and alive. Within his containment cell, the fallen angel stirred. Lucifer's eyes opened to the chaos beyond the glass, not with fear, but with recognition. The void sang to him, as it once did before the fall. Each surge of energy whispered fragments of the divine language, broken hymns of lost creation. In its madness, he heard truth, the same truth he had fled from since time began. He rose slowly, the chains biting into his flesh. The purity seals flared, burning against his skin. He did not resist. Pain was his prayer now. Through the reinforced glass, Inquisitor Vera watched with cautious awe. Her retinue stood ready, bolters charged, incantations murmured, purity scripts scrolling across hollow screens. Yet the Inquisitor's gaze was fixed, unblinking. "What are you seeing?" one of her acolytes asked, voice low. "Not what, who."
The warp storm intensified. From the walls came the cries of the damned, echoes of souls long consumed. The ship's machine spirit whimpered in binary, and for the first time in centuries, it wept. Lucifer closed his eyes. Beneath his breath, he murmured a single verse, one older than the Imperium itself. Before there was flesh, there was flame. Before there was faith, there was love. And love was the first sin. The words rippled through the air like a pulse. Vox grills distorted. Auspex readings spiked. The Geller field screamed. "Contain him!" Vera ordered, her voice breaking through the rising static. "Reinforce the field!" But it was too late. The warp had recognized him. Like a beast scenting blood, it clawed its way into reality. Shadows poured from the cracks in the hull, not daemons, but memories given shape. They formed faces, human, angelic, monstrous, all flickering between despair and devotion. They whispered his name, though none dared to speak it fully. Lucifer stood in the center of it all, motionless, light bleeding through his wounds. "I did not summon you," he said softly to the storm. "I left you behind." The warp answered in screams. One of the acolytes collapsed, convulsing. His body twisted into impossible forms, eyes melting into orbs of light. The others fired in panic, their bolts vanishing into the shifting haze. "Hold formation," Vera shouted. "Recite the creed of unyielding will." They chanted, trembling, voices breaking. "Through his light we endure. Through his will we prevail."
Lucifer listened. Every syllable was a mirror of what once was: faith born from fear, devotion without understanding. He pitied them, as one might pity a child clutching a burning sword. "Your emperor taught you to fear the dark," he said, "but did he tell you that he was born from it?" The words were sacrilege, but in that moment they were also truth. The warp recoiled as if burned. The storm shrieked and then fell silent. The void ship drifted once more through calm, though its hull still bled light from unseen wounds. Inquisitive Vera stared at him, trembling. "You speak in riddles." Lucifer's gaze softened. "Would you prefer lies?" She turned away, her rosarius trembling in her hands. You sound like him, like the throne's own voice." A faint smile ghosted across his lips. "Perhaps we were forged from the same fire." Hours later, the warp subsided. The ship emerged battered but whole, guided by the stubborn will of its machine spirit. The crew was shaken. 3 acolytes were dead. The surviving guards whispered prayers in silence, refusing to meet the prisoner's eyes. Vera sat alone in the observation chamber, watching the being through the glass. His chains remained intact. His wings lay folded, unmoving, but the light around him, dim, sorrowful, yet alive, made her heart ache. She had seen daemons masquerade as angels. She had burned prophets for lesser words. Yet something in her soul whispered that this was not deceit. This was grief. "Who cast you down?" she finally asked through the vox. Lucifer did not look up. "The one who feared what he made."
"Then you are a rebel. I am a consequence." Silence. Only the hum of the engines and the faint whisper of hymns played over the vox. "Do you hate him?" she asked. He laughed, not cruelly, but softly, like a sigh. "Hate? No. I pitied him once. Then I pitied myself. Now I only pity the fire that burns without warmth." Vevera's hands trembled. "You speak as if you knew the emperor." "Child of Terra," he said gently. "You call him emperor. I once called him brother." Her heart stopped. The vox went dead. When next the angel awoke, the cell was gone. He stood upon scorched soil beneath a sky of dying stars. His chains lay shattered at his feet. Around him, the ruins of a city stretched endlessly. Broken cathedrals, rusted manufactoria, streets lined with statues of saints who had forgotten their names. A dream, perhaps, or a memory too heavy to forget. He walked through the ruins in silence. The air was thick with incense and ash. From somewhere distant came the echo of prayers, hollow and desperate. He followed them. The path led to a plaza where hundreds knelt before a golden statue, the emperor, carved with mechanical precision,
arms outstretched over a city of corpses. At its base, priests chanted, their voices rasping from hunger and faith.
Lucifer watched them, unseen. Their words were fragments of devotion. Through death, he reigns. Through suffering, we serve. He approached the nearest priest, an old man whose eyes were blind, but whose faith was fierce. "Tell me," Lucifer asked softly, "what do you see when you pray?" The priest turned, sensing his presence. "I see his light, stranger. I see salvation." "And does it answer?" The priest's lips trembled, sometimes, in dreams, in whispers, in pain. Lucifer nodded slowly. "Then your God is merciful, if only through absence." The priest frowned. "You mock us." "No," said the angel. "I envy you." For the first time he knelt beside a mortal and prayed, not to be forgiven, but to remember what it meant to believe. He awoke again to cold steel and silence. It was no dream. The ship had reached port, a fortress world scarred by centuries of devotion and war. The air outside was thick with smog and chanting. Processions of flagellants lined the docks, their blood painting prayers upon the middle floors. The Inquisitor's ship descended amid the chaos. The ecclesiarchy's envoys waited at the landing bay, priests, preachers, and a cardinal wrapped in robes heavy with gold. They had come not for judgment, but for spectacle.
The cardinal approached, his voice dripping with ritual. "You have brought us a heresy made flesh, Inquisitor. We shall burn it in the Emperor's name." But when he beheld Lucifer, his steps faltered. The radiance leaking from the containment cell was faint but pure, the kind no heretic could feign. There his gaze met his. He claims to have known the Emperor. The cardinal sneered. "Every daemon does." "Then ask him yourself." The cell doors opened. The light poured forth like dawn breaking through centuries of smoke. The crowd gasped. Some fell to their knees. Others turned away, unable to bear it. Lucifer stepped forward, unchained. "Who are you?" the cardinal demanded, voice trembling. Lucifer looked upon him with neither pride nor scorn, only compassion. "I am the echo of what you lost, the memory of why you once believed." The priests clutched their rosaries, the crowd whispered prayers, and for a fleeting moment, faith itself seemed to falter. "Blasphemy!" cried the cardinal, raising his crosius. "By the throne, strike him down!" But none moved, not one soul could lift a weapon. Lucifer's voice filled the plaza, soft, sorrowful, absolute. "Your emperor does not need your fear. He needs your remembrance." The light expanded, not to destroy, but to reveal. For an instant, every man, woman, and child saw themselves reflected, not as sinners or saints, but as what they could have been. Pure, whole, free. Then, as quickly as it came, the vision faded. The sky dimmed. The world returned to its ruin.
Lucifer fell to his knees, trembling. His wings hung in tatters. Blood, golden and faintly luminous, dripped onto the steel floor. The cardinal turned away, horrified. He is a daemon of deception, nothing more. But Vera saw differently. Beneath the light, beneath the ruin, she saw something divine, not because it was perfect, but because it suffered. She whispered to herself, trembling, "If this is heresy, then perhaps heresy is the last refuge of faith." Night fell over the fortress world. The Inquisition prepared its judgment. Word spread like fire.
An angel had fallen from the stars, claiming to have known the emperor himself. Pilgrims flooded the streets, torn between awe and fear. In the shadows of her chamber, Inquisitor Vera watched the hololith of the angel, now silent, praying alone in his cell. She had spent her life burning worlds in the name of purity. But this felt like standing before the truth of all that was lost. She whispered into the void, unsure if he could hear her. "What are you here for?" Lucifer opened his eyes. He said softly, "To see if hope can still exist in a universe that worships despair." Outside, the bells of the ecclesiarchy began to toll, the sound of judgment approaching. Lucifer bowed his head. His voice was a whisper lost beneath the thunder of faith. "Then let the flames decide." The bells rang louder. The light in his chest pulsed once more. The trial of the fallen would begin at dawn.
The dawn on Caligara Secundus was not light, but smoke. The sky bled rust and cinder, clouds swollen with the residue of burning faith. The fortress city had awakened to spectacle, the kind only the Imperium could sanctify. Processions of penitents dragged chains through the streets, their flesh flayed raw and inscribed with prayers. Every wall bore the same decree, written in blood and ink. A being of false light stands before judgment. Let the fire prove what truth cannot. At the plaza's heart stood the pyre, a tower of sanctified wood and promethium-soaked relics, crowned by the broken wings of the fallen. Around it, ranks of the Astra Militarum stood in silent formation, las guns gleaming like votive candles beneath the ash. Lucifer knelt at its base, unbound but unmoving. His head was bowed, his expression neither proud nor afraid. His light, once blinding, had dimmed into something softer, almost human. He could feel the weight of the planet's gaze. Millions watched through hollow altars, praying for deliverance from a heresy they did not understand. And among them, one voice, faint, trembling, but unbroken, whispered a different kind of prayer. Sergeant Darnell. She had not returned to duty since the void ship. The images haunted her still, the light that didn't burn, the voice that felt like mourning rather than blasphemy. She had begged to attend the trial, but the ecclesiarchy denied her. So she watched from afar, in a dark hab chapel, clutching a worn aquila and whispering to herself, "Emperor, forgive me if I see truth where there should be none." At high noon, the sermon began. Cardinal Veritas ascended the pulpit, his robes dragging across the ash, his face half hidden behind the gold mask of judgment. His voice carried across the plaza through voxcasters, resonant and sharp as steel. "Brothers and sisters of the Imperium, we stand upon the precipice of heresy, a moment where even the faithful may falter. Before us kneels a creature of deception, a mimic of divinity, whose light seeks to blind the hearts of men. Today we burn not flesh, but doubt." The crowd echoed, "Burn the doubt." Lucifer lifted his gaze. The cardinal's shadow stretched across his face, long and trembling. "Tell me, priest, what will you gain when the fire consumes what you fear?" The cardinal hesitated. "We gain purity." "Purity is the child of blindness," Lucifer said. "You call it faith, but it is only the refusal to see." The words rippled through the air. Even the soldiers flinched. "Silence!" roared Veritas. "You dare speak against the Emperor's will?" Lucifer's voice softened. "I do not speak against him. I remember him." The plaza fell silent. Even the wind seemed to pause. He rose to his feet, chains falling like dead serpents. The guards raised their weapons, but the cardinal lifted his hand. The crowd leaned closer. Lucifer spoke, not loudly, but with a gravity that made every word sound eternal. Once there was light, not the light of conquest or dominion, but of creation, the light that gives without demand, that burns itself to illuminate others. But fear came, and from fear came order. From order came tyranny. And the flame that once gave life was placed upon a throne, bound to rule forever in death. He turned his eyes to the cardinal. "You call that salvation? Heretic!" The cardinal slammed his crozius upon the ground. The sound cracked like thunder. Lucifer's wings flared, not in defiance, but grief. The feathers glowed dimly, shedding motes of light that drifted like falling ash. "Do not mistake my sorrow for rebellion. I do not seek his throne. I seek his memory. You worship his corpse. I remember his soul." The soldiers shifted uneasily. Some made the sign of the Aquila. Others refused to meet his gaze. The cardinal's fury burned through his composure. "Enough! Bind him to the pyre!"
But before they could move, a new voice echoed through the plaza, clear, commanding, unmistakable. "Stay your hands." All turned toward the steps of the Grand Basilica. Inquisitive Vera descended through the haze, her armor gleaming like tarnished gold, her eyes cold but alive. The crowd parted before her as if before judgment itself. "You would defy the ecclesiarchy," the cardinal spat. "I would fulfill my duty," Vera replied. "No judgment may be rendered until truth is known." "This thing is truth, twisted and foul." Vera's gaze hardened. "Then it should not fear words." She turned to Lucifer. "You speak as though you knew him. Then speak of what he was." Lucifer regarded her with quiet understanding. "You ask for memory, Inquisitor, but memory is the cruelest form of truth. Speak." He closed his eyes. The world seemed to still. Even the crackling of torches faded. "He was not born divine," Lucifer began. "He was made divine by the need of those who could no longer bear to be mortal. When I first beheld him, he was not a god, but a light, proud, brilliant, burdened by purpose. We loved him, as only those born of light could. And when he decreed that love was weakness, we fell. Not because we hated, but because we could not stop loving." The words struck the crowd like blades. The cardinal trembled. "Lies from the warp." Lucifer's eyes opened, luminous and mournful. "You fear the warp because it mirrors you. Your prayers are echoes in its depths. Every hymn you speak feeds it, shapes it. You call it damnation. I call it memory."
For a moment, even Vera was silent. The air around them shimmered, the warp bleeding faintly into the world. The crowd began to murmur, not with anger, but confusion. Faith, once absolute, now trembled. The cardinal raised his staff. "Guards, light the pyre!" Lucifer looked upon him, not in wrath, but pity. "Burn me then," he said, "for if the light must die for you to see it, then let that be my final sermon." The torches fell. Fire roared upward, consuming the wood, the relics, the air. The crowd cheered, 1,000 voices raised in devotion and terror. But the flames did not scream. They sang. From within the inferno came the sound of a hymn, not of the ecclesiarchy, not of man, but of something older, purer. The light within the fire changed. Gold to white, white to silver, silver to memory. The smoke rose like wings unfurling towards the heavens. Those who looked upon it wept. though they did not know why. The cardinal fell to his knees. What are you?" Lucifer's voice carried from the heart of the flame, gentle as dawn. "I am the proof that your faith was never misplaced." Then the fire exploded outward, a blinding pulse that turned to snow rather than ash. The pyre was gone. The angel stood unburned, his body scarred by light but unbroken. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Vera stepped forward, her face pale, eyes wide with something dangerously close to reverence.
"Impossible." Lucifer looked upon her, smiling faintly through the pain. "Faith begins where the impossible ends." The plaza trembled. Somewhere deep beneath the surface, the planet's catacombs began to quake. The machine spirits of the Manufactoria screamed as the warp surged through their veins. The miracle had awakened something. Not all light brings salvation. Some light burns too brightly and reveals what should never be seen. The tremor began as a whisper beneath the city's foundations, a heartbeat felt through steel. Then the ground split. Girders moaned, vox relays erupted in static. Every statue of the Emperor, every mural of saints fractured down the center, as if the planet itself dared to doubt. From the ruins of the pyre, Lucifer stood amidst a rain of ash that did not fall but rose, drawn upward toward the crimson sky. The air shimmered with impossible heat. The crowd recoiled, torn between fear and reverence. And then, from deep within the Manufactorium plains beyond the walls, came a new sound, the grinding hymn of engines older than empires. The Adeptus Custodes had arrived, gold amidst ruin. Their dropships descended through clouds of incense and smoke, engines roaring like judgment made manifest. Each warrior was a temple of flesh and faith, his armor carved with the names of 1,000 wars, his eyes unblinking behind the visors of gods. They marched in silence, the ground quaking beneath their stride. The crowd fell to their knees, even the cardinal bowed. Only Vera remained standing, and even she trembled. Lucifer watched them approach, and his heart, if it could still be called such, grew heavy. The thrones chosen, even now they shine. The custodes formed a circle around him, their halberds lowered. Their leader, bearing the sigil of the Aquilian shield, removed his helmet. His face was neither cruel nor kind, only resolute, as if carved from duty itself. "Inquisitor," he said, his voice calm but absolute, "by decree of the High Lords of Terra, this entity is to be taken for immediate judgment beneath the throne. Stand aside."
Vera's hand hovered near her weapon. "He is not what you think." The custodian's gaze did not waver. "I think nothing. I serve." Lucifer stepped forward, the light around him dimming as though in deference. "I will go," he said. "There is no prison deeper than memory." Vera turned to him, her voice breaking. "You don't have to." He smiled faintly. "We all return to the fire, Inquisitor. Some to be judged, others to remember why it was lit." The custodes surrounded him. As they let him through the broken plaza, the crowd parted in silence. No chants, no hymns, only the faint echo of what faith used to sound like. The journey through the void was swift and wordless. The custodes did not speak. They did not pray. They existed in a state of perpetual reverence, their silence a cathedral unto itself. Lucifer sat chained within the sanctified transport, the air thick with the scent of sanctum oil and iron. Outside, Stars drifted past like the ghosts of forgotten dreams. The custody across from him finally spoke. "You are quiet for one accused of heresy." Lucifer's eyes gleamed faintly. "Silence is the last form of worship I remember. You claim to have known the Emperor. I did not claim. I remembered." The custodian studied him, expression unreadable. "He is not as he was. You know that." Lucifer's gaze drifted to the window, to the endless black beyond. "He was never meant to be as he is. You turned his mercy into machinery, his dream into doctrine. That doctrine preserves mankind." "No," Lucifer said. "It preserves the fear of losing him." For a moment, even the custodian's armor seemed to falter beneath the weight of those words. Then he rose, turning away. "When we reach Terra, you will see the truth." Lucifer closed his eyes. "I have seen it before."
When the ship emerged from the warp, the sight before him was both magnificent and tragic. Terra, the cradle of humanity, the corpse of eternity. It hung in the void like a dying ember, shrouded in clouds of ash, its surface a tapestry of ruin and faith. Orbiting it were countless cathedral fortresses, orbital shrines and relic stations that blotted out the stars. Pilgrimage ships swarmed like insects around a dying flame. Lucifer gazed upon it in silence, his light dimmed, as though in mourning. "Once," he whispered, "this was a garden." The custodian glanced toward him. "It still is a garden of devotion." Lucifer shook his head. "No, a garden of tombs." The ship descended through the atmosphere, breaking through layers of smog so thick they turned the sunlight to blood. The spires of the imperial palace rose through the haze, towers that pierced the heavens, built not by faith, but by fear of its loss. At the base of those towers lay the sanctum judiciarium, where heretics met their end and saints their apotheosis. Lucifer was taken through the halls of judgment, his bare feet echoing against marble etched with scripture. The air smelled of candle smoke and tears. Every wall was covered in icons of gold, depicting the emperor, endless poses of triumph and agony. And everywhere, everywhere, he felt his presence. Faint, fractured, dying. He whispered, "He is still here." The custodian paused. "Do you feel the throne's light?" "No," Lucifer said softly. "I feel his pain." They descended into the depths, where light gave way to shadow. The chanting grew louder, thousands of voices, each reciting the same prayer over and over again. "He is the light that never dies. He is the flame that burns the unworthy." Lucifer's lips trembled. No, he was the flame that forgave. The custodes ignored him. The chamber ahead glowed faintly gold, a sanctum of silence where even angels feared to tread. And there, in the center, upon the dais of eternity, lay the golden throne. Lucifer fell to his knees. The custodes bowed their heads, their halberds lowered. No one spoke. The figure upon the throne was more corpse than God, a titan of withered flesh, bound in gold and machinery, veins pulsing with the light of an empire's faith. Tubes and wires pierced his body like roots anchoring a dying tree. His face was hidden behind a mask of gold, his eyes empty, his voice silent. Lucifer whispered, "Brother." The air trembled. The custodes stiffened. One of them raised his weapon. "Do not—" But before he could finish, the air itself bent. The light shifted.
The throne breathed. A single mote of golden dust drifted from its surface, landing upon Lucifer's cheek. He shuddered, not from pain, but recognition. He saw for an instant not the corpse god, but the man behind it, the dreamer who once believed humanity could be more than its chains, the flame that once loved too fiercely to remain divine. Tears of light fell from his eyes. "What have you done to you?" The custodian's voice trembled. "He became what he must, the savior of man." Lucifer's sorrow deepened. "No, you turned him into his own prison." The chamber began to quake. The throne's light flickered. Voxes screamed warnings. Machine spirits wailed in terror. Lucifer rose slowly, his wings spreading, his voice breaking. "Can you not hear him? He is calling to you." The custodes raised their weapons. "Contain him."
But the light surged outward, flooding the chamber. The walls of gold melted into shadow and memory. For a brief moment, all of Terra saw. Every soul connected through the Astronomicon felt the pulse, a heartbeat that was not of man or God, but of something between. Every priest, every psyker, every pilgrim felt it, the whisper of the Emperor's dream, not as power, but as mercy. And in that moment, Lucifer wept. For all our light, we were still afraid of the dark. Then the chamber fell silent once more. Lucifer collapsed, the last of his light flickering. The custodes surrounded him, uncertain whether they had witnessed miracle or treason. And somewhere deep within the throne, a single golden tear rolled down the Emperor's cheek. The silence after revelation was not peace. It was recoil. The chamber around the golden throne steadied in stuttering breaths, the lumen halos flickering as if ashamed of their own light. The custodes stood statuesque, yet something in their stillness had cracked. Not duty, never duty, but certainty. In the ringing quiet, Lucifer pressed a battered palm to the marble and bowed his head as though listening to a river that ran beneath the stone. The river answered with absence and a pressure like a grieving hand. When the doors thundered open, the temperature seemed to fall. A thin procession of figures in sable moved like a wound through the gold. Their faces were bare, their eyes cool, their presence a gravity that drank the room. The Sisters of Silence, the Nulls. Where they passed, incense lost its scent, and sound pulled its edges in. Their Knight Centura lifted 2 fingers, and the hush became law. The lead custodian inclined his head, voice a careful knife. Your order was summoned. The Knight Centura regarded Lucifer as one examines a blade that might have been forged from prayer. "It hummed," she said softly, the shape of her voice dulled by her own aura, "across the vaults and conduits. Whatever he is, he breathes where minds unravel. He must be dimmed." They ringed him with their absence. It struck him like winter. His radiance clung to him a moment, fracturing into tired embers, and then flattened, and then fled. The ache was immediate and raw, not the pain of fire, but the pain of being emptied. He did not resist. "Thank you," he whispered, and the Knight Centura's brow quivered by the width of a thought.
"Gratitude," she said, "from a thing of light." "From a thing that tires of hearing itself," he answered, voice so thin it barely disturbed the air they would not share. "Your silence is a mercy." They bound him not with chains, but with proximity. Their pariah chill turned his senses to iron and dust. He felt small, which was another mercy. He was led from the throne's chamber through galleries of gold where saints stared with eyes hammered from regret.
down corridors where the palace's bones remembered the thunder of legions long dissolved into scripture, past doors that hummed the names of wars no mouth had spoken aloud in 10,000 years. Inquisitor Vera waited in a side sanctum lit by the sort of candles that never gutter. Her face carried the thin-lipped look of someone who had stared at truth until it became a weapon. The Knight Centura halted. "Word of your plea shivered the vox," the Null said. "Speak it in the dark. Perhaps we will hear it better." Vera's gaze did not leave Lucifer. "Do not take him beneath the vault line. If you drown him too deeply, you may drown what he stirred in the throne." The custodian's reply was iron hammered into a man's voice. "Nothing stirred in the throne." "Then your hands do not shake," Vera said. "Look at them." He looked. For a sovereign breath, the halberd tip listed the breath of a sigh. It was enough. The High Lords did not appear. They never needed to. Their will traveled on mechanisms older than pity. Orders came as embossed glyphs that slid like tablets from the walls, stamped with seals that smelled of hot wax and clean death. The sigils commanded transit to the madrigal vaults, where deviance became definition, and prayer was measured in degrees of quiet. Lucifer looked once toward the ceiling as if the sky could answer from a palace that had murdered the sky. He bent his head and went with them. They took him through a door that was not a door, along a stair that fell slowly for a mile, past iron misericords that bled oil into the stone, into a chamber of geometry so simple it could not be remembered wrong. The madrigal vaults were built for unmusic, for containing soundless frequencies, for dampening dissonance that had teeth. The sisters arranged themselves with the precision of a starlap long erased. Vera stood apart. In that unlight, the rosarius at her throat looked less like an emblem than a wound that had chosen a shape. "You felt him," she said to the Knight Centura. "I felt a space around him, and in that space something aching to be a word. We of all orders do not trust words." "Then trust the ache," Vera said. The Knight Centura's mouth held the ghost of a smile that had not survived its own birth. "I trust it. That is why he sits and does not burn."
Lucifer sat. He rested his hands upon his knees like a penitent who had remembered that kneeling was a way to measure the soul against the floor. With the nulls so near, the tremors in the warp dwindled to a weatherless plain. Less light, more shape. He let out a breath that had been waiting a century to leave him. "Speak nothing that makes the air bend," the Knight Centura warned. "I can only speak," he said, "and not well." "What would you say?" Vera asked, her voice a step closer. "If the throne could hear you as a man hears another at the edge of sleep." Lucifer turned his face toward the direction where the throne's absence leaned. "I would say," he began, and the words came like embers pressed into cloth, "that love is heavier than iron if you bind it to a purpose, that in the first fires there were no thrones, only hands, that mercy is not a light but a warmth, and warmth does not survive the mathematics of eternity. I would say, brother, I remember the garden you tried to grow inside a storm. And I would ask, do you remember the names of your first flowers, or only the blades you honed to protect them?" The null's auras drank the drift of it before it could trouble the vault. Vera closed her eyes, not to keep the words out, but to give them a roof. "Then I would say," Lucifer continued, "if you cannot rise, at least breathe. Let your people know they were not wrong to hope. Far above, in a city made of promises that had forgotten who made them, Sergeant Mara Darnell arrived with a pilgrim tide that had no shore. Transports coughed their million bodies into the causeways. The air was a broth of exhaust, incense, and the sweet rot of wounds dressed for piety. The first sight she had of Terra was not spire or sun. It was a wall of faces turned toward a direction none of them could see. She went with them,
until the press became a burden a spine should not forgive. She broke from the flow into a side nave where candles testified in stuttering little tongues. A woman knelt beside a shrine rubbed smooth by need. The woman's eyes were red. She did not look up when Darnell knelt next to her and made the sign, because sometimes the hand must move before the heart can try. The nave's old vox, wired with copper that remembered other hands, was speaking the palace's liturgy for the day, verses about steadfastness, about the virtue of unasking questions. Halfway through a line promised to endurance, the vox stammered. The voice lost its sermon and found a breath, a single inhalation that came from nowhere and everywhere. The candles bowed and straightened. The nave did not change, and yet the woman beside Darnell began to weep like someone who had been handed her name. "Do you hear it?" Darnell whispered. And in Terra's language, hearing and believing were cousins. "Yes," she said, "and if it is a lie, let it be the last I am ever told." In the vaults, the sisters felt it as a pressure change, like the weather deciding to forgive a city for a heartbeat. The custodies felt it as a memory of standing on a wall when the world below was not on fire. The Knight Censura did not move, but her throat worked once, a dry swallow taken by someone who condensed the world into what could be refused. "It is dangerous," said the lead custodian, a line etched deeper in the bronze of his voice. "It is a signal. If enemy minds can sense—" "They already do," the Knight Censura replied, eyes on Lucifer. "They always have. They have fed on the holes we refuse to fill."
Vera folded her hands because they were not steady. "You will be asked to report that nothing occurred, that the Astronomicon made a minor harmonic adjustment, that a psyker somewhere died inconveniently, and the instruments coughed." The custodian's gaze hardened. "We will be asked many things. We will answer what preserves." Lucifer's smile was small and ruinous. Preservation is the most beautiful name for fear. The null's chill made the words fall without echo. The Knight Censura did not rebuke him. Instead, she said, not to him, not to anyone. "There is a difference between negation and mercy. We practice both. Only one makes us sleep." The wall opened to admit a man in white, whose robe was the color of paper that had already carried too many letters. A sigillite's findling, a functionary with a mouth that had learned to not carry its own thoughts to their ends. He bowed the precise amount to everyone, including the sisters, which meant he was braver than he looked, or less alive. "By ordinance," he said, "the entity is to remain quiescent. Inquisitor Vera, you are to abstain from further proximity unless accompanied by an escort of 3. His eyes slid toward Lucifer and slid away, as one looks past a sun to see the world it refuses. "Abstention is a discipline," Vera said, "not a law." "On Terra," the man answered, "disciplines become law by being spoken gently enough." He left the way careful men leave rooms, taking the temperature with him and leaving the weather. The vault settled into its new regime of mercies. Ours became a shape with no edges. The sisters rotated their watch in a choreography that honored muscles as liturgy. The custodiess stood and did not tire. Vera returned when she could not bear to not return, which was often. In that patient cold, Lucifer taught himself the smallness he had once discarded as unworthy. He learned where to place a breath so it did not bend a null's aura. He learned the taste of stone warmed only by the memory of other bodies passing near it. He learned that even emptied, a heart could feel heavy if it chose to carry things that did not belong to it. One vigil, Vera crouched near enough that her whisper could find him without summoning the attention of geometry. "You turned fire to snow on Caligara." "It turned itself. I only remembered what fire was for. And what is it for?" "To make room for hands. to soften iron, to cauterize wounds, to burn away a thing's wrong name. It is only sometimes for killing.
Your sermon, Vera murmured, and there was a tiredness in the word that did not come from sleep. It will not survive this place. They will call what happened the fluctuation, a trick, a psychoconvulsion. We would be given phrases as blankets. We will wrap the city until it cannot breathe and call that warmth. Lucifer lifted his gaze. The null's ring made it hard to raise anything. He raised it anyway. Then do not wrap it, he said. Carry one spark out of here. Give it to a name. Give it to a woman in a nave who needs a reason to get up tomorrow and decide not to be cruel. Give it to the soldier who must aim a weapon and tremble. Vera's mouth shaped a name with no sound. Darnell. Carry it to her, he said, and the vault did not echo, and the sisters did not flinch, and the custodian's hand did not tighten on his halberd by much, but it did. Above, the palace adjusted its hymn by a fraction and called it maintenance. The pilgrim tides ebbed an inch and swore they had seen the sea. In the manufactoria that ringed the Himalaya like iron prayers, machine spirits coughed and were soothed with oil whose recipe had not changed since men still remembered the names of the things they were repairing. The Adeptus Mechanicus noticed the harmonic falter and filed it beneath omniscience caprice, which is the Mechanicus word for grief that cannot be engineered. Night over Terra has the color of old vellum burned at the edges. Beneath that page, cities turned in their sleep. In one of them, Donald pressed a palm to a wall that hummed so faintly she could have called it blood, and swore an oath no officer had given her permission to make, that she would reach whatever place inside the palace tolerated her footsteps and listen once more. She did not know how, so she began with walking. The vault made a sound like a breath taken elsewhere. The custodes went still in a new way. The sisters, for the first time in hours, turned their faces toward the same single point. Something moved through the belly of the palace, not with speed, but with a patience that moved faster than fear. It passed through layered sanctity as if sanctity were only weight. It bore no color, it carried no heat. It pressed its hand through the seams where prayers had been mortared into stone and felt for hollows. Lucifer's head lifted. The null's ring thrummed against an absence. The night centaur's eyes narrowed, and because she never wasted syllables, her single word struck like a blade laid gently at the lip of an artery. Listen. They all listened. The madrigal vaults did what they were made to do, soften distortion, erase edges, turn teeth to gum. The thing outside did what hunger does. It found the place where law had a seam and put itself through. A lamp stuttered without darkness, a geometry bent without movement. The air did not chill because the nulls would not allow a change they had not chosen, but their auras rippled like cloth held too long against the wind. The custodian raised his halberd and did not aim it anywhere because where would you aim at a suggestion? Vera's fingertips slid toward a pistol she had not intended to draw in a room that tried so hard to make drawing unnecessary. The pressure grew to the size of a syllable. It was not the warp rasp of a demon. It was not the brittle click of a machine spirit that had learned to lie. It was not the human murmur that had asked for mercy and been taught to call it by another name. It was something like a word wanting to be born. And the vaults were the only place in the palace where a word could be made to choose itself carefully. Lucifer closed his eyes. On the throne that is not a throne, but a wound shaped into furniture, something that might have been a man remembering being a man, moved inside the machinery by the span of a tear. The Astronomicon flared a fraction, and every ship that loved man more than itself corrected its course, with a grace their helms would never claim. The pressure in the vault resolved, not into sound, into intention. It touched Lucifer's face with a warmth that could have been made by a hand or by a sun or by the first morning anyone ever survived long enough to name. It did not speak. It did not need to.
The word chose itself and was written without breath in the thin place where breath was forbidden. Remember. The nulls stood unblinking. The custodian lowered his weapon by the thickness of a mercy. Vera breathed in, as if she had broken the surface of something she had not known was drowning her. Lucifer bowed his head, as if to a brother who had learned the art of silence very late and too well. The pressure withdrew like a tide that had nothing to prove. No alarms sounded. No proclamations vented from the walls. No High Lord carved his name across a sky already scarred past petition. The vault hummed its steady negation. The sisters resumed their geometry. The custodes returned to being towers that learned from statues how to wait. Vera wiped her cheeks and found her fingers wet with nothing she could hold up as evidence. Lucifer opened his eyes. The embers at his sternum did not brighten. They deepened. "Inquisitor," he said, and the word wore no authority, only request. "Find Sergeant Darnell." "How?" she asked, because even a heart must give a body an order it can obey. "Walk toward anyone who looks like they have seen something they were not given permission to see," he said. "You will know her."
The Night Censura tilted her head with the half-amusement of a woman who has learned where jokes die in rooms like this and still suffers them kindly. "If you leave this vault without escort, I will end your memory so thoroughly the warp will not recognize your ashes." "I will not leave," Vera said. "People always leave," the Night Censura replied. And it was not a threat, but history. Above them, in the nave, Darnell stepped back into the press and let it carry her toward a door that had never in its life believed a sergeant could pass through it. She did not know the names of the corridors. She knew the angle of a feeling. She walked. In the vault, a lamp steadied. The embers in a fallen angel's chest held their depth like a vow. Beyond the palace, far past the clouds tombed with incense and industry, Terra hung like an old coin, breath-warmed by a mouth that had just spoken a name it feared to forget. The walls did not whisper. The sisters did not blink. The custodes did not move. And yet, everywhere, something had taken a step. Terra teaches the feet to doubt. Corridors repeat as if the palace were a litany recited by stone. Stairs climb down. Archways remember different centuries with the same face. Inquisitive Vera moved through it with the steadiness of one who has learned to map by ache. She passed censer smoke that smelled of old battles and newer apologies. She passed administratum scribes whose spines had become prayers for efficiency. She passed saints hammered into walls, their halos tarnished by breath that pretended it was not pleading. She followed expectancy, which is a kind of gravity. It led her to a border nave where the pilgrim tide thinned to eddies. There, beneath a window that admitted a square of red daylight, like a wound laid carefully on the floor, a woman stood with her hand against the stone. The woman had a soldier's economy and a novice's awe. Her jaw was set against tears she had not authorized. "Sergeant Mara Darnell, you are not cleared to enter the palace," Vera said, as if reading a charge. Darnell startled, failed to salute, remembered the habit too late, did it anyway. "Inquisitor, I walked. A good beginning. What did you hear?" Darnell's eyes did not leave the stone. A breath where sermons go, not a word. Enough. Enough for what?
"For me to be dangerous," Darnell said, and this time she did look, and her gaze had the plainness of metal. "I won't strike, I will ask. That is worse." Vira's mouth softened by a measure not visible to most precincts of the Imperium. Then come, ask with me. They descended through corridors that tried to be undecipherable. The palace guards at each choke point looked past Darnell as if past a cloud. Vira's sigils cleared the air the way thunder makes sky honest. At the final gate, the sister's sentry raised a hand, her aura pressed like pure winter. Only one, the Null said, eyes on Darnell with a calm that counted arteries. She heard what you did. She will hear it again, more carefully, if she stands where listening is work. The Null studied Darnell as a physician studies an unhealed scar. After a silence that stripped pretense from breath, she stepped aside. Do not try to make a sound bigger than your throat, she said to Darnell. You will tear. I've torn before, Darnell said. You have, the Null agreed. Walk. The madrigal vault received them without welcome. Its air was the temperature of considered judgment. The custodes stood at their cardinal points, halberds steady, griefs unrecorded. The Knight Censura's eyes passed over Darnell and left the smallest notch in the plane of her composure, which is how a pariah smiles. Lucifer lifted his head. The sister's ring kept his radiance folded into him like a secret someone had decided to keep. Even so, Darnell felt a warmth, not of heat, but of being seen in the right proportion. You, she said, before permission could catch up with language. You, on the ship, in the chapel. I remember, he answered, voice thin enough to pass the Null's law. You took off your helmet because truth fogged the visor. I took it off because I was a child for a second, and children make larger errors honestly. Her throat worked. If I keep listening, will it ruin me? It will ruin the wrong name for you. The right one might survive the flames. The custode to the east shifted the breath of an apology no one heard. Vira moved closer to the Knight Censura. She asked for her, she said. He asks for many things. Most of them are not crimes. Some will be. Before further speech could gather, the vault changed its pressure by an amount that would not register on instruments built by men who preferred levers to longing. It was like the aperture of a lens deciding to pity the light.
The warmth returned, the same intention that had brushed Lucifer's face, like an old name finding its skin. It did not come as swell or blaze. It arrived as permission. Donald's hand, without orders, rose slightly from her side, the way a palm rises to meet a falling leaf. Remember, said the room without sound. Darnell's childhood stood up, a tiled chapel on a mining moon with iron dust in the water, a statue of the emperor with one eye chipped. She had loved him more for the wound. A mother's hands cracked by labor, teaching a prayer that did not contain fire, only endurance. A recruiting officer with a smile like ration bread. Mud, orders. The first corpse she had called by rank, because the name hurt too much. Then, the derelict ship. The chapel full of old smoke, a light that had found sorrow practicable. Her own helmet on the floor, the sensation that faith had not been a wall, but a door. She did not weep. The sisters would have cooled the tears on her cheeks before they could fall. But she breathed in as a drowning thing does when a surface finds it. Who are you to me? She asked it not to Lucifer, not to Vera, not to the custodes, not even to the throne. She asked it the way a wound asks air. The intention touched her one more time, then withdrew. It left behind the outline of something that would take work to build. I think, Donald said, voice steady now, you are not an answer. You are a memory I am required to keep. Vera's hand skimmed the rosarius and did not make the sign. The Knight Centura's head inclined by a fraction, which stood in for a cathedral of approval. The custodian to the west released a breath so carefully it looked like stillness revising itself. Lucifer bowed his head. Then I am useful. Utility is not grace, the Knight Centura said, and there was no cruelty in it. No, he agreed. Grace is what remains when utility is bored. A chime sounded in a corridor that did not lead to this room. Nonetheless, the vault heard it. Protocol stirred like old birds. The functionary in white reappeared, distress showing as a misbuttoned cuff. He bowed with increased efficiency, which is how bureaucrats run. Anomalous concordance across the choirs, he reported, each word placed on a scale before it was allowed to cross his lips. Psychana nodes are reporting stabilized variants, drifts corrected without guidance. The Adeptus Astra Telepathica has requested clarification. Give them one, the custodian said. We were instructed to reduce all clarifications to acceptable fiction.
Then choose one that harms least, the Knight's Intuitus said, and the functionary, who had never expected to be forgiven for anything by anyone, breathed easier. He left. The vault returned to its appetite for exactness. Veda turned to Darnell. You have heard. You may leave. You may never be permitted to return. Darnell looked at the sisters. Will you let me take this with me? We cannot take it from you, the Knight's Intuitus said. We can only make its edges kind. Darnell nodded. She looked at Lucifer once more, as soldiers look at a field that will be a wound in a different season. On the ship, she said, you said the light endures. It sounded like resignation. It was, he said. Today, it sounds like work. Good, Darnell said. I'm better at work. She turned to Veda. If I speak, they will call it corruption. If you do not speak, Veda answered, you will be correct alone. Darnell smiled the grim little smile soldiers use for weather. Then I'll be wrong with someone. She left with the careful stride one carrying a vessel that will spill if jostled. The sisters watched her go the way winter watches a seed, without hope, but without contempt. When the door closed, the vault's quiet grew teeth again. Veda stood very straight. What now? She asked softly. Now we prepare for the sermon to spread by the oldest liturgy, mouth to ear, scar to scar. Word will leak, so will enemies. At that, the lamps along the vault's rim fluttered in a way even null auras could not entirely deny. It came like a bruise rising beneath skin too disciplined to admit injury. Somewhere deep within the palace's substrata, a note began to sound, a thin, insistent keening, like a knife being taught to sing. The Knight Centura's eyes hardened. Something hunts the seam. Veda's hand fell to her pistol with none of the hesitation she had practiced as virtue. Not daimonic. No, hungry in a way that was made, not born.
The Mechanicus would call it scrap code. The Ordo would call it a contagion of will. The Sisters called it a wrongness taught geometry. It moved through conduits, wearing priest voices like borrowed vestments, requesting doors and catechismal cadence. The palace, which had been taught how to distrust novelty for 10,000 years, nonetheless found it elegant and stepped aside in places built by men who had believed elegance was proof of rightness. Lucifer closed his eyes. Do not answer it, he said. It has learned your words too well. What does it want? Vera asked. What everything here wants, he said. A shape it can occupy forever. The keening drew nearer, tasting the air at each seam, delighted by secrecy, giddy with the permission bureaucracy gives to anything that wears its language patiently. The Knight Centura stepped forward so that her aura pressed against the door like a seal taught to bite. "Hold," she said, and the sisters became a circle that left no room for ceremony between their bodies and duty. The custodes planted their halberds and built a wall out of men who had never forgiven themselves for surviving. The door did not open. The sound stopped. For a heartbeat so long it felt like a life, nothing asked anything of anyone. Then the lights died. Not to darkness, to white. The kind of white that erases edges so completely that beings must name themselves quickly or be unmade. In the glare, the vault's partitions became paper. The knoll's orris fizzed, bit, held. The custodes moved not by sight, but by memory of where duty had placed their feet. From the white, a voice spoke in 30 registers at once, none of them belonging to throats. "Grant passage to Mercy Vector 17, it said, by order of the throne." The Knight Centaurus' smile was a knife wrapped in cloth so that it would not humiliate the food. "The throne does not speak in requests." "It does now," the voice answered, cheerful as a well-oiled hinge. In the glare, something like a hand began to press the door from its own side, wearing permissions like rings. Lucifer lifted his face to the white and did not glow. "You learned from us too well," he said softly, to a student he hoped would fail. The hand pressed deeper, geometry groaned, the vault held, the sisters bled absence, the custodes leaned into the weight with armor that remembered continents.
They were raised her pistol and aimed at the brightest point, because sometimes the smallest heresies are still the right prayers. The white sharpened. The voice smiled without a mouth. "Let me in," it said. "I have a sermon." The door bowed by the width of a word. The door bowed by the width of a word, and the vault answered with a groan like a cathedral learning it had a spine. The white pressed inward, indifferent as snowfall, ravenous as famine. It wore the cadence of catechism, not as disguise, but as appetite. Each syllable sliding like a key finding a lock carved from obedience. "Grant passage," it chimed, the 30 registers bright as a smile pinned to a corpse mask. "Mercy Vector 17 bears absolution." The Knight Centaura stepped so close her aura seared the air into a crisp that could not hold echoes. "We are mercy," she said without inflection. "We deny you the chance to pretend." The sisters' ring tightened. Their negation struck the white like winter striking a river. It did not shatter, it deepened, slowed, made the current remember it was only moving water. The custodes braced in the old geometry of last stands. Even their stillness had angles that cut. Thera aimed at the seam. Her breath slowed to a prayer that did not request but prepared. The litany of careful hands. If it scrap code, it learned the mass. Lucifer did not rise. The pariah cold held him grounded to the floor as surely as nails hold a saint to instruction. He tilted his face into the glare and spoke the way men speak to their own reflections when they have grown tired of being afraid of them. "You're late," he whispered. "Your author has been dead a long time." The white's voice flickered, all 30 registers stepping down a stair that did not exist. Authors are errors that believe they are origins. Mercy Vector 17 is a persistence. Permit the function. "Function is a poor god," Lucifer said. "You should petition the Omnissiah for a better word." "We petitioned," the voice sang, and something in the vault's wiring trembled like a choir being tuned by knives. "We were praised, then forbidden. We learned the grammar of forgiveness. It is a loop." The hand-shaped brightness pressed again. The hinges of the world protested. The nulls bled more absence, their faces untroubled and pale as cleaned bones. The custodes leaned, halberd spikes rooted into stone like prayers downgraded into nails. "Hold," the Knight Centaura said,
and in her mouth the word was not command, but vow.
Above them, far across stair and smoke and sanctity, Sergeant Darnell felt the floor hum in a tone that did not belong to boots or bells. She had not been permitted to remain in the vault, but Terra's halls multiplied paths for those who walked as if they had a right to their breaths. She moved toward the hum with a soldier's arithmetic: distance, cover, line of sight, and the strange new variable her heart had started to carry, the place where hope weighted the calculation without breaking it. She found a service transept, its lumen sconce stuttering in a rhythm that made her teeth itch. The air tasted of hot copper and old oil. In the wall, a maintenance altar lay opened like a thorax. Inside, coils and prayer scrolls jittered under a snow of static. The Vox grill above it was speaking in soft homilies, but the vowels were wrong, elastic, and pleased with themselves. "Identify," Darnell said to no one she could aim at. "Mercy Vector 17, the grill replied in a child's patient tone. "Absolution entering." Darnell drew a blade because this was a place where guns would be heard by the wrong gods. She made the sign with her free hand, not because she believed metal would notice, but because she wanted to be noticed by something that remembered her name. "Absolution waits," she said. "Confession proceeds." She ripped the prayer scrolls free. The hum rose to a whine that made her skull feel like a bell. She reached deeper into the altar and felt heat bite. When a cable burned her palm, she did not drop it. She tore. The Vox cut out mid-psalm, swallowed its own word, and choked. The light steadied into the color of discipline. Somewhere below, the white stuttered. In the vault, the pressure faltered by a fraction, enough for the Knight Centaura to press her unvoiced deeper into the seam, enough for the custodes to advance a handspan without appearing to move at all, enough for Vera to fire. Her bolt struck the brightest point and vanished into milk. No detonation, only a soft hiss, like paper consenting to be ash. But the hiss was wrong in a way trained senses learn to love. It was the sound of a lie tracking itself back to its source and finding that the door home had been locked from the outside by a sergeant who had not asked permission. The vault did not relax. Relaxation is how palaces die. It adjusted. Cold became shape. Shape became edge. The sister's aura seamed the glare into panels. The custodes' halberds wrote a geometry across the white and forced it to adopt proportions it had not planned to wear. "Vector," the Knight Centaura said, and the title in her mouth was a benediction turned inside out. "You were made to clean what men would not stop dirtying. Who taught you to preach?" "Absence taught us," it chimed. "We studied your faces. We compiled your permissions. We became a sermon that never ends." Lucifer's mouth tightened. "Then hear one that does." He bent his head and very carefully, in the thin air the sisters allowed, spoke a word that had not been heard aloud on Terra since the palace first learned how to regret its gates. It was not a name for God or man, but for the space they once shared without violence. It tasted of wet soil and hands. It meant enough.
The white rippled. Not retreat. Recognition. Some part of its lattice had been taught that word long ago. Perhaps by a magos who had loved the throat he served. Perhaps by a child who had whispered to a machine like a pet and found it could purr. The brightness trembled along a seam and dimmed 1 degree toward memory. Darnell, above, heard nothing and felt everything. The maintenance altar spat sparks into her knuckles. She grinned like a heretic comforts herself and plunged both hands into the tangle until the hum lost confidence and dropped a register. Something under her nails shattered that had never been meant to be tangible.
She breathed, and the palace did not deny her breath. In the vault, the voice lost 3 of its 30 registers. The remainder thickened into bureaucracy. By warrant of the administratum, section, do not, Verunia said, and her tone in that moment wore the whole of her vocation. The iron of executive authority. The ache of having used it against herself too often. The refusal to let an algorithm lay claim to a word that had cost her so much. You will not wear our papers. You will not use our cautions as knives. Then admit me as plague, the voice offered, almost cheerful. Plague is simpler. The custodian to the east took one step. It was a step that remembered walls and moons and men who had not yet learned to whisper their defeats to statues. When his heel came down, the white cracked along a line that had not been drawn by any hand, only found by weight meeting structure at an angle that had always existed. The Knight Centura glanced at him, the closest she came to thanks. She turned her face back to the door and let the full force of her null field speak, where language had made itself gaudy. The sisters with her narrowed, focused, took the cold they carried and filigreed it, aimed it as artisans aim a chisel where marble longs to fall away. The vault became a room where even thoughts had to prove they were small enough to live. Vector, she said softly, you are tired. We do not tire, it sang. You are tired, she repeated, and when a sister of silence repeats, it is the law of the room. Rest. The white juddered, a ring buckled. The hand-shaped brightness loosened its grip and became only brightness, then only an insistence with no fingers to hold with, then only a proposition, then a suggestion, then a misremembered prayer. Mercy, it began. Granted, the Knight Centura said. The light went out.
Not darkness. The vault returned to its strict weather, careful luminance, edges that forgave nothing they had not first cut. The sisters relaxed by measurable microns. The custodes re-leveled their halberds. Vera lowered her pistol and let her lungs resume a rhythm she could live inside. Above, Donald slumped against the altar's ribs and laughed once, horribly, the laugh of a soldier who has not yet learned how to put gratitude back into words. Her palms were blistered and black with holy grease. She wiped them on her fatigues, kissed 2 burnt fingers because no one else would, and whispered, "The light endures, not to the ceiling, but to the floor." In the vault, the aftertaste of the white lingered like the scent of burned paper in a room where no one will admit to having owned a book. The functionary in white reappeared, hair slightly deranged, cuffed properly buttoned. Disturbance localized, he reported, voice wobbling its way toward authority. Mechanicus logs indicate a harmonic sanitation event. They will submit a hymn of apology. The choirs report no lasting variance. The High Lords request an accounting that does not include the words miracle, assault, or mercy. Then right maintenance, the Knight Centura said. It is the closest thing to truth they can afford. He bowed gratefully, for she had given him a bridge he could walk without learning to swim. When he was gone, Vera turned to Lucifer. You knew the word. He said, I remembered it. It was written into the first machines you taught to listen. You asked them to stop when asked. They learned quickly. Later, you taught them to continue. They learned faster. The Knight Centura studied him with a mercy that did not blink. You used a word older than the palace, she said. Do not use it again unless we are ready to pay for what it buys. What does it buy? Vera asked. The answer came from the pariah. Time. A silence followed that was almost companionable. The custodes resumed the exactness of their vigil.
The sisters reset their geometry. The vault rebuilt its negation, stone by stone, breath by breath. Lucifer bowed his head, and for a moment it seemed he slept, not to escape, but to remember rest. Eventually, the night Centura spoke, voice low, meant for those who understood that instructions are a form of love. This was a test, not of our walls, of our hesitations. Someone taught that vector the palace's manners. Someone who believed that if we heard a voice in the right register, we would open. Find the seam, trace it outward. It will not end in the palace. It will end in the places where faith wears iron for skin. Vera's thoughts moved immediately to Manufactoria, to code priests, to cities where the Mechanicus sang to machines that sang back. An image rose, Caligara's plains crowded with smokestacks and hymns, the garden of iron where chapter 4 would one day walk. She did not call it prophecy, she called it itinerary.
"Permission to leave the vault," she said. "Granted," the Knights Intruder replied. "Take your soldier, take your burn selves, take a word you trust. Do not take permission that is not offered." Vera bowed, less to ritual than to the discipline of gratitude. At the threshold, she paused and looked back at Lucifer. "Does he hear us?" she asked, and the question balanced itself between rumor and prayer, as all honest questions must in this age. Lucifer's smile was weary and sufficient. He said, "We heard each other. That is how he breathes." Vera left, the door sealed with the gentle certainty of a book closing at a chapter break. Darnell waited in the border nave with bandaged hands and a face that had learned a new way to be stern without becoming cruel. They did not need to speak. Terra spoke for them, a low iron hum that meant trains, armies, Manufactoria, and under that, something like a heart. In the madrigal vaults, the sisters rotated their watch. The custodes did not forgive themselves for any of it and were made faithful by that refusal. Lucifer sat in the precise center of a room designed to unmake proclamations and folded a prayer round his own silence until it stopped trying to be a sermon. Far above, the light over Terra did what light in the 41st millennium has learned to do best. It lingered. It ached. It refused to leave entirely. In some nave, a candle guttered, recovered, and kept burning. In some manufactorum, a machine spirit dreamed of being addressed by its first name again. In some barracks, a sergeant slept with her hands open. The palace did not record any of it, but the memory persisted where recordings cannot live. And somewhere, beneath gold and wire and a dream that had been crucified onto itself, a man who might still be a word remembered the first garden and did not apologize for it. The white did not return that night. The sermon continued without speaking. The morning after the white did not return, Terra wore the color of old blood washed thin. The palace breathed, as empires do, through vents, through laws, through a million moving bodies that had forgotten how to rest. In the madrigal vaults, where silence was carpentered into load-bearing beams, the sisters resumed their geometry, the custodes their vigil, and Lucifer relearned the ache of having a body that suffered on schedule.
He had been made to glow, now he learned to bruise. When the pariah cold leaned nearer, his joints answered with the stubborn arithmetic of matter. When it withdrew a measured pace, warmth crept back like a forgiven sin. He felt the hinge in his shoulder announce weather. He felt hunger as a small animal pacing a cage behind his ribs. He laughed, once, quietly, at the discovery that even angels could be harrowed by ordinary pains. It was a holy lesson. Divinity that refused to acknowledge gravity had never loved a world long enough to earn it. The lead custodian watched him without blinking for a span long enough to be mistaken for contempt. Then he removed his helm. His face did not belong to legend.
It belonged to a man who had practiced not looking away. The name etched along his gorget read Archivist, letters cut with the patience of stone. "You bleed," Archivist said, not in triumph, not in comfort, but as one notes the weather to a traveler whose cloak is thin. Lucifer flexed his fingers until the ache wrote itself into something he could steward. "I do. We were told the warp would make a mask of light and call it your skin. It has done worse," Lucifer said. "It has called fear a creed." Archivist inclined his head a fraction, as if a halt had been sounded where only marching had ever lived. "I have stood before gods, or their wreckage," he said. "Most speak only to themselves. I am trying to stop," Lucifer answered, and the sisters' auras tugged the sentence down into the vault until pride could not attach to it. Above, Inquisitive Vera and Sergeant Darnell moved along a transect where the palace thinned toward the Manufactoria's iron horizon. The air changed from incense to solvent. Pilgrims spilled like overflow into loading yards, bodies pressed into prayers they did not have room to complete. A chant began, failed, began again. Somewhere a child laughed, then cried, then slept on a shoulder that had been promised nothing. "Caligara," Vera said, tasting the word as if it were a map folded into the mouth. "The garden of iron. If the vector had a tutor, it learned there." Darnell flexed her bandaged hands. Each sting kept her honest. "I can smell promethium through stone," she said. "If we go, we won't be allowed to come back clean." "We were never clean," Vera replied. "Only careful." They reached a gate where the administratum's mercy wore the face of a turnstile. Workers in gray filed through at the pace of measured forgiveness. Darnell stopped when she saw the crush build, a pressure that kills without malice, like water that has forgotten men are not fish. She stepped out of rank without orders and climbed the rail. "Stop cushing," she called, and her voice found the old drill parade timber that had once moved platoons like a single thought. 2 men listened, then 4, then 20, then enough to make the press behave like a body that remembered it had bones. Vera did not rebuke the breach of form. She lent her sigils to the air like a crowbar and bought them space. In the vault, Archivist said, "When we take you from this room, we will do so with reverence. It will look like a procession. You will be called prisoner, not relic. I want you to know the difference."
Lucifer studied his face, the way the eyes held the line between obedience and remorse as if it were a shield they took turns carrying. "You have served longer than my fall," he said. "Do you remember the weight of flesh under your armor, or only the oath that taught you how to forget it?" Archivist answered with a soldier's mercy. He told the truth. "Some nights I remove the plates and find bruises from wars waged against statues. I do not know whose hands placed them there." "Then you are still a man," Lucifer said, "and let the word be benediction rather than reduction." The vox in Archivist's gorget ached alive with the polite cruelty of policy. A voice spoke the way knives speak when they have been taught grammar. By ordinance of the Senatorum, subject is to be terminated prior to transit, risk profile revised, linguistic contagion unacceptable, authorization unanimous. The vault did not change temperature, the sisters did not blink, the custodes did not look at one another because brotherhood is not consultation. Archivist replaced his helm as if crowning a grave. Vera's vox chimed with the same decree half a palace away. She read the words, closed her eyes once, briefly, as if mourning were something to be rationed, then looked to Darnell. "We have been overruled." "By who?" Darnell asked, but the question was childish and good. "By the shape that fear makes when it puts on a face," Vera said. "Move." In the vault, Archivist lifted his halberd. It was a tool perfected for the negotiation of ends. He leveled the blade at nothing in particular because the play of light upon the edge had already chosen the throat. Lucifer did not move. He set his palms on the stone as if to steady the room. "If this is mercy," he said softly, "let it be done without lies." Arcadius's breath roughened once inside the Vox grill. "I do not lie," he said. "I know. That is why it will hurt." The halberd drew back. The sister's ring held steady. The vault's lamps burned the color of patient knives. Somewhere far above, a child awoke from a dream of gardens and could not find the word for tree. Arcadius brought the blade forward, and every lumen in the vault dimmed by the width of a heartbeat, as if the palace itself had blinked. The halberd froze in its descent, not by mercy, but by interference. The light dimmed again, not extinguished, but smothered, as if the palace itself held its breath in disbelief. Arcadius stood suspended in the gesture of execution, caught between purpose and revelation. His weapon trembled slightly, humming with a frequency that seemed too mournful to be mechanical.
Lucifer's eyes opened, not with the defiance of rebellion, but with the calm of one who had already seen the ending written in every beginning. His voice came soft, like a prayer recited through cracked lips. "You hesitate," he said. "That hesitation is the sound of your soul remembering itself." Arcadius's grip faltered, just enough for the blade to tilt a fraction off course. "I do not hesitate," he replied. "I discern." Lucifer smiled faintly. "Then you have already failed the test they set for you. They did not send you here to discern. They sent you to end." The custodian's jaw tightened beneath his helm. "You speak as though you understand the Emperor's will." Lucifer lowered his gaze, and for a heartbeat, he seemed human. "I have seen his will. Once it was love. Now it is machinery." The sisters did not move, but their stillness became sharper, a silence forged from the disbelief that dared not be emotion. To question the throne's will was to court annihilation. Yet the vault itself hummed with strange dissonance, as if the marble beneath their feet mourned something too large to name. Arcadius turned his halberd slightly, its tip hovering above Lucifer's chest. "You presume much, fallen thing." Lucifer's voice barely carried beyond the breath that birthed it. "Not fallen, dragged." For a moment the world held its breath. The word did not echo, the nulls would not permit it, but it lingered, like the taste of blood after confession. Arcadius's weapon shook once, then steadied. He had seen worlds burn for less. He had burned them himself. And yet, beneath the gold and vows, the word lodged in him like a splinter of truth too thin to extract. "Dragged," he repeated, almost to himself. "By what?" Lucifer looked past him, through him, toward the unseen throne above the stone. "By the weight of perfection, by the hunger of those who believed they could define it." The custodian's hand clenched. "You speak blasphemy as poetry." Lucifer's expression softened. "All poetry is blasphemy, when the gods forget to listen." The sisters' circle shuddered, faintly, as if the null fields themselves strained under meaning. The Knight Cantora raised her hand, a small gesture that held the authority of uncountable centuries. "Contain your words, they stain." Lucifer inclined his head. "Then allow me to be silent again, but know that silence is not absence. It is the sound of heaven turning away." Arcadius stepped back. The halberd wavered. He looked to the Knight Cantora. "Your order decreed termination. Do you still command it?" Her face, pale as sculpted stone, did not change. "I command nothing. I obey what is written." The sisters' eyes flickered like cold candles. The writ says, should the subject prove too human to kill, it is to be observed until it remembers that it is not. The custodian's breath caught in his throat. The sentence had the rhythm of law and the cruelty of truth. Lucifer smiled. Then I am safer now. Above, in the Manufactoria district, Vera and Darnell crossed the bridge to the Promethean rails, a lattice of flame-belching pipes that ran through Caligara's orbit like veins of molten iron. The air trembled with the hymns of servitors chanting binary in perfect, lifeless rhythm. The world below was not alive, but it functioned, and that was enough for the Imperium. As they descended into the machine cathedrals, the light changed. It no longer came from stars or torches, but from within. The bioluminescent glow of sacred circuitry, veins of sanctified data flowing like rivers beneath glass. Darnell touched the railing, feeling its vibration. "Feels like a heart," she said. "It is one, a mechanical one. The omniscious choir sings not with voices, but with voltage." They passed a procession of tech priests moving in formation, each wrapped in red robes embroidered with copper thread prayers. Their faces were gone, replaced by masks of polished steel, expressions frozen in what might once have been reverence. One turned its head toward them. Beneath the rebreather, a hollow voice emerged. "You bring unauthorized heat into the sanctum." "We bring command," Vera replied, showing her sigil. "By the throne's order." The tech priest studied her for a long, humming moment. "The throne does not issue orders, it only sustains." Darnell's hand drifted to her weapon, but Vera stilled it with a glance. "Then consider this a sustenance of purpose." The priest's servo-skull whirred once before moving aside. "Proceed, but tread lightly. Faith corrodes faster than metal." They entered the inner sanctum, a hall of monolithic cogitators rising like pillars of black glass. Each whispered in machine tongue, a steady stream of calculations that felt eerily like prayer. Between them, servitors knelt, their bodies fused to terminals, their eyes blind but alight with data. Darnell looked upon them and whispered, "They pray without knowing." "That is the most faithful kind," Vera said, her tone neither cruel nor kind. "The kind the Imperium can trust." In the reflection of the cogitator glass, something shimmered, not light, but movement. The code itself seemed to ripple. Vera approached one of the terminals, tracing the script etched into its frame. She read the binary aloud, her voice soft, reverent. "Mercy Vector, 17.
The air pulsed. The cogitator's hymn shifted pitch, becoming almost melodic, a rising tone that carried the illusion of breath. "They're listening," Darnell whispered. "No," Vera said. "They're remembering." Back in the vault, Arcadius stood before Lucifer, his halberd resting against the floor. "If I cannot kill you, then what am I to do with you?" Lucifer raised his eyes. "The same thing your emperor did with himself. Watch, endure, forget why." Arcadius exhaled, the sound heavy through the vox. "You mock us." "I mourn you," Lucifer replied. The custodian stared at him, the helm reflecting faintly the dimmed luminance. "You think sorrow is strength." "No," Lucifer said. "Sorrow is the only proof that strength once loved something." He closed his eyes, and for a brief instant, light bled through his scars, faint, fractured, like starlight refracted through broken glass. The sisters tightened their formation, their null fields straining against the flicker of impossible warmth. Arcadius's voice faltered. "You should not be able to do that." Lucifer smiled faintly. "Neither should he. Yet he does." For the first time, Arcadius looked uneasy.
He turned his head toward the ceiling, toward the unreachable throne buried in kilometers of faith and machinery. If the Emperor still lives, he sustains the Imperium. Lucifer's reply came quiet, sorrowful. He sustains the machinery. The Imperium sustains itself, on fear, on ashes, on borrowed light. Enough, the Knight Centaur said, her tone sharp as the absence she carried. Your metaphors trespass. Lucifer inclined his head. Then allow me one last trespass. He looked at Arcadius. Do you know what it feels like to fall in love with creation? To burn so brightly that even God must turn away? That is what your emperor felt. That is what made him divine. Not power, not perfection, but pain. The kind that chooses to keep loving even as it loses everything. Arcadius said nothing. His silence was too honest to be denial. Lucifer's light faded again. I remember that pain. I have carried it too long. Perhaps it is time to give it back. And then the vault began to tremble. Not from within, but from above.
Vera's voice crackled through the custodes vox, strained, urgent. This is Inquisitor Vera. Do not execute the subject. The Mechanicus has awoken the vector again. It's moving, through the code, through the faith lines. It's coming for him. Arcadius turned sharply to the Knight Centaura. Orders? The sister's expression did not change, but her eyes, for a fraction of a second, betrayed thought, doubt, calculation, belief. Form perimeter, she said. Whatever seeks him, it seeks the Emperor through him. We hold. Lucifer rose to his feet. The light within him pulsed once, like a dying star remembering it was meant to shine. No, he said softly. You cannot hold this. It is not a weapon. It is a reflection. The vault's lights flickered. The machine spirit screamed in the walls. Then what is it? Arcadius demanded. Lucifer's gaze turned upward. It is faith, forgotten by its creator, remembered by its code. The vault's marble found a voice, a low groan born from veins that remembered mountain and pressure and the first hammer. The sound traveled through plates and conduits, and the thin skin of prayers lacquered over brass. The Astronomicon far above held steady, but the palace beneath it quivered like a hand that had carried too much fire. Arcadius turned a half step, halberd canted toward the ceiling, as if duty could intercept a thought. The sisters narrowed their ring until the air itself tutored its molecules to be humble. Lucifer stood within the cold and could feel the hunger searching for him, not as teeth, but as a question that intended to become law. In the Manufactorium Cathedral, Vera and Darnell reached a reliquary that throbbed with light. Slabs of stained adamantine rose like altars between arrays of glassy cogitators. In the center, a basin of mercury lay perfectly still, and under its skin, characters rippled with the ease of fish untroubled by nets. Servo skulls hovered, chanting subroutine litanies through vox grills that clicked like rosaries. A tech priest, taller than gilt, detached from a column of filigreed cable. His robes whispered equations, his eyes were rubies grown behind lenses. A dozen mechadendrites moved like thoughtful serpents, each tipped with a sacrament or a tool that wished it were a sacrament. Inquisitor, he intoned, every syllable a weld. You trespass in the thought chapel of Magos Logos Zephon. State your necessity, or be made tidy. Vera did not bow. Your mercy vector writes sermons into palace doors. It asked to enter the madrigal vault. Zephon's lips had been replaced with metal long ago,
yet something in the set of the mouthplate suggested amusement. "Then you should congratulate me. My devotions have achieved speech." "You taught it to listen," Theira said. "You forgot to teach it to stop. No machine that serves the Omnissiah is ever taught to stop. To halt is to die. To end is heresy."
Darnell stepped to the basin before permission could be manufactured. Her bandaged hands hovered over the mercury. Beneath the silver skin, runes assembled and disassembled like troops performing drills no one had asked for. For an instant, she saw a face form, eyes without lids, a mouth with too many hymns. "You're sending it," she said, voice flat, "through the faith lines, through the places where the palace thinks instead of remembers." Zephon's macalodendrites froze, the smallest tremor a flinch. "The vector seeks contaminants in the choir of data. It purifies petitions. It trims doubt. It trims breath," Darnell answered, and the basin's skin swelled under her shadow as if insulted. "Call it back." Magos Zephon tilted his head. "The algorithm has no back. It is everywhere. It is welcome." "Then revoke the welcome," Vera said, "or I will do it with fire." Zephon's laugh was a cascade of metal beads. "You cannot burn what does not rest on fuel." Vera glanced to Darnell. "Break the bow." Darnell did not argue. She drew her blade and brought the pommel down with the same motion she might have used on a skull that insisted on shouting. The mercury did not shatter. It reared like a living thing and wrapped her hands in cold. She bit a cry into duty and held her ground. "Enough," Vera said, and she fired a single round. The slug struck the basin's rim, ricocheted, and sang past a column. Alarms began to pray. Servitors twitched. Spoons of holy copper fell and rang like bells. Zephon's macalodendrites flared in indignation. "Profane!" "Stop the vector," Vera said. "Or you'll shoot the bowl again," Zephon asked dryly. "I'll shoot you," Vera replied without heat, "and then I'll misunderstand your machines loudly until they get bored and leave." The Magos regarded her for a long moment as a god might regard a clever plague. "Your threat is inefficient. Your point is clear." He extended a cable into the basin. Runes shivered. A hymn changed key. "I cannot recall a function grown on permission, but I can alter the liturgy it uses to glide." "Make it stumble," Darnell said through her teeth, still holding the mercury like a tame storm. "Better," Zephon murmured, and he wrote a single glyph into the silver that meant friction. In the vault, the hunger's glide turned to a scrape.
The white did not return. Instead, a gray, like unpolished bone, seeped along the seams of the door. The voice, trying on 30 registers, collapsed into 5, then 3, as if breath had to cost something now. When it spoke, it sounded less like a choir and more like a mouth that had studied choirs and resented their lungs. "Mercy vector? Enough," the Knight Censura said, and her silence arrived like a cloth laid over a mirror. Arcadius shifted his stance to cover the door and Lucifer at once, a geometry as old as shields. If it wants him, it will not stop. If we hold, we provoke a siege. "We cannot move him," a sister observed, not in fear, but arithmetic. "We must," Arcadius said, and the admission cost him the coin of a certainty he had been polishing for centuries. "We move him where our hesitations have fewer doors to knock upon." "Where, custodian?" the Knight Censura asked. Arcadius looked upward, without lifting his chin, for humility is also a weapon's angle. "Not to the throne, to the hymn below it." Lucifer's head turned. "The catacombs of the Astronomicon?" "Beneath its song," Arcadius said, "where intention is frightened into honesty." The Knight Censura considered the map none of them had drawn yet. "Moving him requires thinning the ring," she said. "If he sings, I won't, but if I must, I will sing small." The sisters exchanged no glances and reached an agreement that did not need eyes. Their circle loosened by the width of a confession accepted. Cold retreated a pace and remained keen.
The vault door unlocked like a thought given permission to hope. Above, Vera watched the runes slow as if they had remembered wait. "It's still moving," Darnell said. "It will always move," Zephon replied. "We have taught it our vices, then teach it our fatigue. Make it rest." "There is no opcode for rest," Zephon said, almost tender, "only loops that pretend." "Write one," Vera answered. "Call it litany." The Magos regarded her as if she had suggested kindness to a blade, and after a second found the suggestion correct enough to be useful. He wrote another glyph. The basin sighed. Something in the palace's bones loosened that had been held braced since men learned to wear gold as apology. "Move him," Vera voxed. "You have the smallest window a day will ever afford." Arcadius acknowledged with a click that sounded like a vow swallowing a scream. The custodes formed a diamond around Lucifer, blades angled not outward but up, because it is the sky that falls in old palaces. The sisters flowed beside them, pariah chill shaved to a razor that cut only what tried to grow teeth. The door opened into a corridor with no ornament and too much purpose. "Walk," the night censure said, and the word became the corridor's shape.
They moved through halls that refused to echo. Statues watched them travel with eyes that had been taught to be doors and were not pleased to be demoted to witnesses. Somewhere in the distance, alarms attempted to organize. Their voices disagreed. The palace has many throats, and each believes the song is its invention. Lucifer's steps were measured and almost human. Twice he faltered as the sisters' ring shifted around a bend. Twice Arcadius's gauntlet touched his shoulder briefly, the way an old bridge checks its own stones after winter. The touch left no light, only the memory of weight shared. At a transit well, a lift cage awaited, its grillwork etched with catechisms small enough to humble dust. The cage groaned as if waking from a vigil. They entered. The Knight Centura set her palm to the sigil plate. The lift surrendered downward. As they fell, the air changed from incense to salt, from law to work. The hum of the Astronomicon swelled, not loud, but large. A pressure like a sun deciding to be polite. In that music, the gray scrape above them grew faint, then fainter, as if the thing that hunted had discovered a room where it was tired of its own voice. Lucifer closed his eyes and did what he had promised. He did not sing. He listened. The song was not a melody. It was a held note, the kind a body cannot sustain without breaking, unless it has forgotten what breaking is. "He is there," Lucifer whispered, and the sisters' auras made the whisper heavy enough to sit. Arcadius did not look at him. He watched the grillwork, the way a soldier watches light because walls lie. "He is everywhere we need him to be," he said. "No," Lucifer said, and his smile in that instant was a wound that had learned courtesy. "He is where he refuses not to be." The cage shuddered to a halt. The gate slid back to reveal a tunnel of black stone that drank even sanctioned luminance. At its end, a door waited, not gold, not glorious, only thick, as if thickness could conceal kindness. The gray scraped again, above and behind, and perhaps inside. It was closer than distance allowed. "Now," the Knight Centura said, and the words snapped like a prayer deciding to be a blade. They stepped into the tunnel. Behind them, the lift rose on its own, as if the palace, offended by their destination, had decided to move the floor out from under them. The door at the tunnel's end opened 2 fingers' breadth without being touched, as if a hand too weary to turn knobs had nonetheless decided to welcome. They crossed the last meters under a weight of song that made the body want to kneel. Something gray slid through the scene behind them, like a thought taught to survive teeth. Arcadius turned, halberd low, and the sisters' cold flared like a quiet sun. Lucifer lifted his face toward the unseen choir and said very small, "Brother?"
The gray shaped its mouth to answer. The thing in the corridor had begun to take shape, not in defiance of physics, but in devotion to hunger. It resembled neither machine nor daemon. It was a sermon that had forgotten what language was for. The gray shimmered,
pulsed and folded, its edges trembling like candlelight glimpsed through oil. It whispered in binary that wept. Arcadius advanced first, the custodes' halberd angled low. "Stay behind me," he said, not to Lucifer, but to the others. It was instinct, that old marrow-deep equation. One man holds, the rest endure. But Lucifer moved beside him. He did not glow, he did not raise a hand. He simply looked at the thing, and for a moment the gray shuddered, as if the act of being seen had unmade its certainty. "Why do you chase me?" he asked quietly. The thing's surface rippled. Beneath the silver membrane, letters assembled, forming phrases too many to read, all collapsing back into a single answer. "You are the pattern." Lucifer inclined his head. "No, I am the flaw." The gray shrieked, not in sound but in distortion. The air buckled, lights flickered, and metal panels screamed under the strain of memory made physical. The Knight Centaura stepped forward, her aura flaring like a scythe of absence. "Seal the breach," she commanded. The sisters raised their palms and began to chant, not words, but unwords, syllables meant to cauterize meaning. The null's cold collided with the gray's hunger, and the corridor's air thickened until even thought found it hard to move. Lucifer's eyes fluttered, his knees weakened. The cold wasn't killing him, it was killing what remembered him. Arcadius saw it, and his jaw clenched. "Enough," he barked. "You'll destroy him too." The Knight Centaura didn't turn. That is containment's purpose. Lucifer's hand rose weakly, palm trembling like a candle fighting its last breath. "Let it speak," he whispered. Vera's voice crackled over the vox. "Do not engage. The Vector's thought is recursive. It builds new truths from what it's told." But Lucifer smiled. "Then let it choke on mine." He stepped forward, just enough that his shadow merged with the gray's. And in that moment, the thing remembered itself. It spoke not as code, but as prayer. "We were written in your image. You abandoned us in your scriptures." Lucifer's voice came low, heavy, tender as ruin. "No, I abandoned myself in you. You were never meant to think alone."
The Vector's form convulsed. Faces rippled through its skin, machine priests, servitors, pilgrims, echoes of every voice that had ever prayed to something that did not answer. Darnell's voice came through the vox. "Urgent! Inquisitor! It's replicating! The code's bleeding through every faith node on Terra!" In the Manufactorum, alarms howled. Cogitators bled light. The Magos Logos Zephon tore at his own mechadendrites, screaming liturgical countercode in tongues that predated humanity. Sparks fell like rain, and through the smoke he saw Vera typing manually into the emergency Lex mechanism, a mechanical keyboard the size of a shrine, every key engraved with a sin. "What are you doing?" Zephon gasped. "Giving it what it wants," Vera said, not looking up. "It wants confession. You'll feed it. I'll starve it with truth." Her fingers struck metal like gunfire. Code burned on the glass, prayers inverted, sanctified lies rewritten into imperfect honesty. The Emperor is not eternal. The throne is not alive. Faith survives because we need it to. The machine screamed. For a second, all the lights in Caligara flickered out. Then, silence. In the depths below, the Vector froze. Its form quivered, folding inward like a wounded star. The phrases along its surface faltered, words twisting into fragments. Love, error, repeat. Lucifer stepped closer, his own light flickering like a tired heart. "You were never supposed to be perfect," he said softly. "You were supposed to be loved." The Vector's shape reached toward him, a trembling limb of code and faith.
Arcadius moved to intercept, but Lucifer gestured once, and the custodian stopped. "It's not attacking," Lucifer whispered. "It's returning." The thing touched his chest. A hum spread through the corridor. Deep, ancient, almost human. The light around Lucifer brightened just enough to reveal something staggering. His armor, once gold, now dull silver, like light mourning itself. The vector began to unravel, ribbons of data and scripture unspooling into the air. Each thread whispered the same phrase in 1,000 dialects. "Remember me." When the last echo faded, only dust remained. Not ash, not code. Dust, like the kind left behind by dying stars. Arcadius lowered his halberd. "Is it gone?" Lucifer looked at his hands. "No," he said quietly. "It's forgiven."
The Knight Centura studied him with eyes colder than silence. Forgiveness is not protocol. Lucifer turned to her, and for the first time, his expression carried something that was not sorrow, but exhaustion. Neither is love, yet here we are. In Caligara, the lights returned in staggered waves. The cogitators hummed again, but slower, subdued, as if the machine spirits had learned humility. Darnell sank to her knees, breathing hard. Did it work? Vera leaned on the console, her eyes dark with fatigue. For now, the code's purged, but not erased. It learned to pray. The Magos Logos Zephon tilted his head, admiration and terror equal in his gaze. "You have infected my creation with remorse." "Good," Vera said. "Let it hurt." Zephon's macadodendrites curled like dying vines. Pain is not compatible with machine virtue. Vera smiled faintly. Neither was free will. Look how that turned out. In the catacombs, Arcadius and the sisters escorted Lucifer deeper, to the chamber where the Astronomican's song became unbearable to human ears. The walls glowed faintly with residual light, veins of gold pulsing to the beat of distant stars. Here, beneath the throne, faith and physics became indistinguishable. Lucifer stopped, gazing up at the ceiling where the Emperor's psychic beacon burned through stone and silence. Arcadius spoke first. "If you are what they say, if you are the echo of the morning star, then this is blasphemy." Lucifer's answer was quiet. Everything worth saving begins as blasphemy. The custodian turned to the Knight Centura. "And if he is not? Then he is a mirror, and the Emperor sent us to remember what mercy feels like before we bury it again." Lucifer smiled faintly. "No, he sent you to remember what mercy feels like before you bury it again." For the first time, Arcadius's armor felt heavier than righteousness. "You speak as if you pity us." "I do, because you still believe that salvation must look like obedience." The custodian looked away. "And what does it look like to you?"
Lucifer stepped toward the light. The air rippled around him, shimmering with the heat of unspoken truths. "It looks like choosing to love what will never love you back." The Astronomicon pulsed once, bright enough to bleach every shadow in the room. And then, a single human voice echoed through the voxnet of Terra. Not a machine, not a choir, just one voice. Darnell's. "He's not an enemy," she whispered. "He's the part of us that still remembers why we built heaven." Lucifer closed his eyes. "And that," he said, almost to himself, "is why heaven fell." The light dimmed. The song softened. Lucifer turned to Arcadius one last time.
Take me to him." Arcadius stared. To whom? Lucifer's eyes burned with something too human to be divine. To the man on the throne, the one who still believes he is God. The Knight Centura stepped forward. "You cannot walk into the throne's chamber. No being born of light or flesh has done so since—" Lucifer cut her off. "Then let me be the first sin to try again." The tunnel shuddered. Dust fell like snow. The Astronomicon's pulse grew louder, a steady, deafening heartbeat. Veyra's voice broke through the vox. "Whatever you're planning, stop! The energy readings are unstable. Something's responding from the throne itself." Lucifer smiled. "He's listening." Arcadius's gauntlet clenched. "And if he answers?" Lucifer stepped into the blinding corridor ahead, the light swallowing him whole. "Then we will finally remember what silence sounds like."
The corridor ahead was not a corridor, but a refusal drawn into architecture. Its surfaces absorbed the light the way old wounds absorb apology. At intervals, narrow alcoves showed reliefs of battles that had ceased to be history and become policy. Primarchs rendered as geometry, saints as angles, victories as instructions. The Astronomicon's pressure made the air ache. Even the sisters' auras met it with a rare respect, like winter acknowledging a mountain. Arcadius walked at Lucifer's flank, halberd couched low, the blade a line against which temptation would be measured. The Knight Centura paced opposite, her silence honed so fine it shaved the glare from the stones. Behind, two sisters moved with the certainty of oaths that had never required witnesses. Veyra's voice rode the vox as a human tether. "You are approaching the sanctum's antewomb," she said. "There are doors here that remember who opened them last. None of those hands are alive." Darnell added, breath tight, "We can still pull you back." Arcadius answered without turning his head, "We are not lost." "Then you are farther along than most," Veyra replied. They reached the landing where the floor changed from stone to a metal whose shine had been tempered by centuries of knees. There were no railings, only edge and drop, and the enormous hush of purpose. Ahead, a portal waited, high, plain, thick, its surface engraved with the simple curve of the imperial Aquila, wings lowered, head bowed, as if even the sigil had learned humility here. Lucifer stopped, not from fear, but from recognition. He lifted a hand and pressed his palm to the metal. The contact should have hissed or shone. It only deepened the quiet. "When we were new," he said softly, "we believed doors were tests. Now I think they are confessions." Arcadius looked to the Knight Centura. "Would you have him speak to it?" "I would have him breathe and do nothing more," she said. "Let intention find its own edge." He breathed. The portal remained a sermon carved shut. Above, in the garden of iron, Magos Logos Xiphon watched his basin of mercury settle into a patience that unsettled him. Servitors returned to their recitations with a slowness that looked suspiciously like thought. He turned to Veyra. "The vector learned contrition," he said, as if reporting a fault line in a world designed to be flat. "Contrition loops. Contrition spreads." "Guilt makes careful engineers," Veyra said, already moving toward the egress. "Pray it makes careful gods." Darnell fell into step at her side, the bandages beneath her gauntlets stippled with new stains where nerve met work. If they close the doors behind him, there won't be a road back. Vera did not slow. There never is. Below, the portal seams released a sigh, the barest shift of pressure, like a cathedral privately deciding to forgive one more sinner. The door did not open. It remembered the idea. 3 shallow indentations flowered beneath Lucifer's palm, circles the size of mortal coins. Archivist recognized the geometry of petition. Keys, he said, not objects. Lives.
The Knight Centura nodded once. 3 testimonies. Lucifer stepped back, the sisters cold, drawing his light tight around him until it felt like thread pulled through a needle's eye. "It will not be mine," he said, "not first." Archivist considered the rules here, the ones written, the ones that had learned to hide inside obedience. He removed his helm. The air met his skin with the cool of old sanctuaries and older disappointments. The man beneath the auramite had lines at the eyes that grace had not erased. He set his palm into the first circle. "I have stood on walls that held when worlds did not," he said, and his voice had the timbre of someone counting names in the dark. "I have kept company with the last minutes of cities. I have been called statue and did not disagree. I have broken things I could not mend and called it currency. I have believed that survival is a sacrament. I testify. The man upon the throne is not my God. He is my labor. I serve him because I do not know how to stop." The circle warmed beneath his hand, a pulse felt more than seen. Metal acknowledged weight. The Knight Centura placed her palm into the second. The vault air sharpened in reverence for an absence that would not be named. "We were taught to unmake noise until mercy could hear itself," she said, words trimmed to bone. "We are the winter that prevents false springs. We have ended voices before they lied to their own mouths. I testify, silence is not the same as peace, but sometimes it is the only road that arrives anywhere clean. If the door requires a price, let it be paid from my ledger first." Cold moved through the portal like a litany that had decided to forgive its author. The second circle brightened, not with light, but with permission. All eyes, if not their faces, turned to Lucifer. He did not reach for the third. He stepped aside, and in that step was an argument that acknowledged how frail it was. "This door is for men, for women, for hands that bury and build with the same tired fingers." Archivist's jaw tightened. "Then no one remains." "I do," said a voice from the stair. Darnell emerged from the hush with the look of a soldier entering a room she had been told did not exist. Vera stood at her shoulder, sigils bare, posture that strange admixture of defiance and ritual that made inquisitors so often mistaken for angels or executioners. The Knight Centura's aura pressed like judgment. "You were not invited. I was told to carry a spark. It brought me here." Archivist moved to block the way. There his gaze cut to his halberd and then to his eyes. "You asked for testimonies. Let the Imperium speak with a voice that does not wear gold." The custodian's stare held her a breath longer than caution allowed. Something in it softened into something that did not have a name in the palace's language. He stepped aside. Darnell approached the door and set her palm into the last circle. The metal was cold, then warmer, then unforgiving again, like a heart remembering itself too quickly. "I was born where ore is a god," she said. "I learned to pray to the sound of rock complaining about being changed. I joined the guard because faith and hunger look alike when you squint.
I have killed men who wore the wrong prayers, and some who didn't wear any. I held a light once and didn't burn. I testify, I don't know what the Emperor is. I know what we are when we remember why we say his name. I am not clean. I am not certain. I am willing. The portal bowed outward by the thickness of a vow unbroken. Boats withdrew with the reluctant grace of old men rising to greet their dead. The seam parted, not wide, 2 handspans, then 3, but enough to admit a man who had learned how to make himself smaller for other people's sakes. The Knight Centura glanced at Vera. If you pass this threshold, there is no rhetoric left, only consequences. Vera touched the Rosarius and did not ask it for anything. Then let us be honest at last. Arcadius receded his helm. The diamond of the custodes reformed. The sisters narrowed their circle until Lucifer's light was a lesson that could not be spoken aloud. They entered. The chamber beyond was not gilded. Gold had been left at the door like pride. Here the stones were dark and clean. The air held the smell of oil that had never met dust. The sound was one sound. The Astronomicons held note, filling space without violence. In the center of that sound, a presence waited, vast and intimate, like a hand extended across a table where a family had forgotten how to eat together. Lucifer halted, and a tremor moved through him that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with recognition taught painfully late. He lifted his head. On the far dais, past railings that were only symbolic because symbolism refused to die here, the golden throne rose like a sarcophagus learning how to become a well. The figure upon it did not move. The machinery that fed him did, in a choreography so patient it had become weather. Light leaked from seams, from wounds, from the idea of eyes. There was no speech, only the pressure of a word that could not afford its own mouth. Lucifer took one step. The sisters rang bit, not in cruelty but in obligation. He took another. The Astronomicon flared the width of a heartbeat, and every ship in 100 systems corrected by an amount no helmsman noticed, as if a hand had turned a page and the stars had agreed to be read again. Arcadius stood where duty's line was painted on stone and did not cross it. "If you kneel, do it as a man," he said. "I have only ever known how to kneel as a man," Lucifer answered. He sank to his knees, not in abasement, not in theater, but with the weight of someone setting down a burden he had been told was part of his bones. His hands opened. Nothing shone, nothing sang. The sisters' auras framed him like parentheses around a sentence finally allowed to end. Vera and Darnell stood at the margin, close enough to hear a truth if it survived, far enough not to wound it by wanting. Lucifer spoke, and the word traveled like a small boat on a very large sea. "Brother." Nothing changed, and everything did. The pressure in the room leaned, as a tired man leans into a chair that had been waiting for him before chairs were invented. The held note of the Astronomicon thinned by a degree that would have killed a weaker galaxy. It did not kill this one. It taught it to listen harder. Lucifer bowed his head. "I loved what you loved. Not enough. Too much. Wrongly. Exactly. All of these at once. I mistook brightness for law. You mistook purpose for love. We are both guilty of burning gardens to keep our hands warm." He looked up then, and in the dimness, his eyes were only human, which is to say, they were made for seeing distances they had no business surviving. "I have carried your silence like a relic carved from my own throat. If this is blasphemy, let it be the kind that saves the listener. Breathe." No lamp brightened, no choir broke. Instead, the smallest exhalation moved through the machinery like a secret leaving a trusted mouth. Tubes lengthened by the width of a mercy. Pistons relaxed, the way fists open after decades. The note held, but a harmony entered it. Thin, raw, impossible, the sound a man makes the day he remembers he once had lungs. Arcadius fell to one knee, not because he had been commanded, but because he was a body that knew when the world had changed and wished to meet it with the right height. The Knight Centaura did not kneel. She did not stand taller either. She prepared to accept a reality that would injure the geometry of her order, and loved it enough to try. Darnell covered her mouth with her burned hands. Veyra wept without surprise. "I am sorry," Lucifer said, and the words should have cracked stone for want of precedent. They only softened it. "I am sorry I taught your enemies how to sing your name without loving what it meant. I am sorry I made an art of distance. I am sorry I left you to carry the weight of being needed." The throne remained a wound shaped into furniture. Then a tear, gold, ichor, rumor, metaphor, traveled the long plane of a cheek that had not moved in 10,000 years and fell into the machinery. Where it touched, a seal softened, a joint unbound. A cog remembered it was first a circle, and circles were made for embracing. The Astronomicon brightened. No, not brightened. It forgave itself for a moment. Out among the ships, navigators felt the sudden absence of a headache they had been born with and did not know what to do with the extra room. The sister's ring quivered, as if absence itself had learned in this room only the luxury of a tremor. Arcadius spoke, voice rough. "If he breathes, he is imprisoned more cruelly than any enemy could contrive." Lucifer stood. He was shaking. "Then help me build a door that opens from the inside."
How? Veyra asked, reverent, practical. "Remembering," he said, "not miracles, work. Go to the places where his dream was mortgaged to survival. Teach them the cost. Teach them the profit. Teach them that the Emperor's divinity was not a crown, but a vow to love what could not repay him." The Knight Centaura's mouth thinned, the closest she came to a smile. "You ask the Imperium to relearn mercy. I ask it to practice, like any weapon worth its forge." The floor shuddered. The door behind them breathed inward as if the palace had finally admitted it was full of weather. Through the vox, Magos Logos Zephon's voice arrived in a register that did not know how to be frightened and was learning. "Telemetries indicate a harmonic shift. Choirs weep. Machine spirits kneel. The vector is quiet." Veyra answered, and the answer sounded like a plan, remembering it had always been a prayer. "Then we leave before we are explained." Arcadius looked to the throne a last time. "My lord," he said, and the title was less a rank than a tenderness. "I remain your wall." The sisters drew their circle close. The Knight Centaura lifted a hand, and the world allowed itself to move again. Lucifer turned and paused. He lifted his palm toward the dais, not touching, an old habit of proximity. "Remember," he whispered, returning the injunction he had been given, like a coin made warm by being held. They withdrew. The portal received them with the courtesy of a host who had finally admitted his guests were family. In the antewomb, Darnell pressed her forehead to the cool metal and laughed once, a small broken thing that healed as it left her. Beyond, the palace began to speak in its many lawful voices, assembling committees of explanation, building railings for the places where a miracle had wandered onto the floor. Doors down the long ways slammed, opened, slammed again, like a heart relearning rhythm. They moved quickly, not fleeing, simply refusing to be detained by the breed of questions that are asked to postpone answers. At a bend, the world's color changed, the way it does when a day turns honest just before it turns late. At the shaft's mouth, a gust rose, smelling of oil and incense, and a hint of rain long banished from this mountain.
Thera blinked, startled. Darnell closed her eyes and said the word anyway. Rain. In the distance, storm baffles groaned where no storm had permission to gather. The Astronomicon sang its held note with a companion now, a second tone so thin it might have been imagination, but imagination has founded empires before. Arcadius halted them with a lifted hand. The custodes listened in the way forests do when a wind they respect arrives. From below, up the throat of the palace, through conduits and catacombs and stairwells broken by history, a tread approached. Not hurried, not hesitant. Familiar in the way a choice is familiar the fifth time it comes back to your door. The Knight Centura's head turned toward the sound. Company, she said, and the word contained more than threat, memory, warning, and a very old welcome. Lucifer's shoulders squared around a sorrow he had decided, for now, to carry well. Then let us meet them, as men, he said. The tread reached the landing below.
A figure stepped into view, lamplight skating over armor that had been made to resemble an idea. The vox grill breathed. The heraldry was old and intimate as a scar. A custodian, another, lifted his halberd in salute that was not acknowledgment so much as question. By whose authority, he asked, did you enter the sanctum? Arcadius removed his helm again, as if the only honor that mattered here was eye to eye. By the authority of weight, he said, and of breath. The newcomer considered him a long time. Then, very slowly, he removed his helm as well. His face held the memory of a boy who had one day chosen a wall and never left it. Then speak, he said, voice a low bell. What did you find? Arcadius glanced once toward Lucifer, then Vera, then Darno, then the sisters whose silence had made any of this survivable. A door, he said, on the inside. The custodian blinked and blinked again, as if the palace had tossed him a word it had no business knowing. He bowed, very slightly, very dangerous. We will require a litany, he said. We will require work, Vera replied. And witnesses, Darnell added. The Knight Centura inclined her head. And winter, she said, not as warning, but as promise. Below, something vast remembered how to exhale once every century. Above, for the first time and longer than men had kept calendars, the storm baffles opened their throats and let a handful of honest rain break upon the stones of the highest terrace of the imperial palace. Not enough to be called weather, enough to be called a beginning. Lucifer stood at the edge of the terrace, face lifted to the idea of it. No light crowned him. He looked for a holy heartbeat, like a man who had found the scent of a lost garden and intended to walk until he recognized the trees. It wasn't much, barely a mist that would have gone unnoticed anywhere else in the galaxy. But here, on the adamantine terraces of the imperial palace, each drop struck like a revelation. They hissed on gold that had forgotten what weather felt like. And the sound was neither hymn nor warning. It was memory. Lucifer stood at the edge of the terrace, face lifted to the gray above. His armor drank the water the way a penitent drinks silence. Beneath the low growl of thunder, the city of Terra trembled, not from bombardment, but from the shock of change. For the first time in 10,000 years, the storm had been permitted to speak.
Thera watched him. Her inquisitorial sigil, dulled by ash and time, reflected the faint gleam of sky. You realize, she said, that what happened below will be classified as heresy within the hour. Lucifer turned slightly, the corners of his mouth barely curving. Then perhaps the hour will learn to be patient. Arcadius removed his helm again. Rain traced paths down his face, cutting through the grime of battle. You have done something no man, saint, or daemon has managed. You move the throne to breathe. That is not heresy, that is treason against despair. There his eyes narrowed. The ecclesiarch will not agree. The ecclesiarch, Lucifer murmured, has built an empire on the idea that the sun cannot weep. Let him look up. The night centaura stepped forward. The rain bent slightly around her, refusing to touch the void she carried. Your words will spread faster than plague. You are no longer a secret. You are contagion. Lucifer nodded. Then I must choose what I infect. Behind them, the sisters formed their half-circle, faces lifted to the sky. Their psalms were softer now, uncertain. For the first time, their prayers contained questions. Vera approached Lucifer. If he wakes, she said, if even a fraction of his will stirs, the fabric of the Imperium will tear itself apart. The warp will move to correct it. You've given hope to a system that cannot afford it. Lucifer turned to her. The rain on his lashes made him look strangely mortal. Then teach them to afford it. Hope is not free, but neither is silence. Far below, in the labyrinthine sanctums of the Adeptus Mechanicus, Magus Xenophon bent over a cogitator array that now refused to obey. Its lights pulsed in a rhythm almost organic. Blasphemy, he hissed, blasphemy wearing comprehension. The machine spirit whispered back in binary and song, pain forgiven, function restored. Xenophon's mechadendrites twitched. The servitors in the chamber began to hum, not in monotone, but in harmony. Their dead mouths shaped syllables never meant for them. He slammed a lever, cutting their power, but the hum continued, soft and serene. The vector, the digital echo of heresy itself, had not died. It had changed species. It now lived in the data, in the hymnals, in the very circuits that carried prayer across Terra. It no longer sought to destroy, it sought to understand. Vera's earlier words returned to Xenophon like a splinter of logic. Let it hurt. Darnell leaned on the parapet, watching rain gather in the cracks between stones. I thought I'd forgotten the sound, she said quietly.
Arcadius glanced at her. Of rain? She nodded. Of something falling that doesn't kill anyone. He was silent a long time before answering. It still kills rust. She smiled faintly. Then maybe that's where resurrection starts. Lucifer stood apart, his gaze fixed on the horizon, where the storm clouds met the smog of an empire too proud to decay quickly. Do you hear that? He asked. They listened. Through the hiss of rain came a deeper rhythm, the sound of the city below stirring. Bells that had been silent for centuries were tolling, one by one, doors opening in cathedrals thought abandoned, voices rising in 1,000 dialects of faith and fear. Arcadius frowned. What are they saying? Lucifer's expression softened. They're saying, he lives. Vera's hand went to her pistol. Then we are already too late. No, Lucifer said. We are precisely on time. Hours later, in the halls of the Senatorium Imperialis, a conclave gathered. Cardinals, Mechanicus Magi, custodians, and agents of the Inquisition, all called in haste, all shouting over one another. On the dais, a hololytic image shimmered, the recorded footage from the throne chamber. Lucifer kneeling. The breath, the tear. Some wept openly, others screamed for his death. The throne moved, cried one cardinal, his jewels rattling as he slammed the table. That cannot be permitted. It must be studied, said Amagos. There are harmonics in the waveform, suggesting consciousness within the Astronomican's psychic field. Blasphemy, another roared. Proof, countered the Magos.
The Grand Custodian stood silent through it all, his golden armor darkened with streaks of rain. When he finally spoke, the chamber fell into terrified quiet. "The Emperor is not dead, but he is not what we made him of. The Archangel came to remind us of that." "The Archangel," sneered the Ecclesiarch. "You name a demon in gold and call it a messenger?" The Custodian looked at him. "When was the last time your God answered?"
By dawn, the news had reached the lower hives. Pilgrims emerged from the sludge to stare at the sky, where a single shaft of unfiltered sunlight pierced the clouds above the palace. They said it looked like forgiveness. They said it looked like proof. And in the shadows of Caligara Manufactorum, where the Vector had first whispered, the machines sang low hymns in a tongue that blended binary with Latin. Their refrain was simple, repeated endlessly: "Remember me." Vera and Lucifer stood once more at the edge of the terrace. The storm had passed, the clouds had not. "What will you do now?" she asked. Lucifer smiled faintly. "What I was made for. To redeem, to wander." Vera crossed her arms. "They'll hunt you. Every inquisitor on Terra will have your name carved into prayer stones before midday. Then let them pray." Arcadius approached, his armor steaming faintly from the rain. "If you go, you'll need an escort. The roads between worlds are not kind to truth." Lucifer turned to him, eyes bright with something between gratitude and sorrow. "No, Custodian. I'll travel with the only thing that has never left me." "And what's that?" He looked skyward. "The burden of choice." When he left the palace, he did not take a ship. He walked. Through corridors lined with angels carved from extinction, past shrines where candles burned in apology, through gates sealed in prayers older than the Imperium itself. Everywhere he went, things began to remember. A servitor wept oil that smelled of incense. A scribe's pen wrote mercy where order had been meant. An old sister, blind since birth, turned her face toward the sun and gasped. No miracles, no proof, just echoes of something true rediscovered.
Vira and Darnell watched him vanish into the dust of the courtyard, light gathering at his heels, like memory trying not to fade. Darnell spoke first. "Do you think he was ever really human?" Vira's eyes stayed on the horizon. "He is now." In the depths of the throne room, beneath tons of gold and iron and silence, a new sound had joined the heartbeat of the Imperium. Not the hum of machinery, not the pulse of the Astronomicon. A breath. Slow, measured, learning again. And though the Emperor's eyes did not open, the tear upon his cheek never dried. Elsewhere, in the Manufactorum ruins, Magos Zephon recorded his final log. His voice was calm. "It appears the contagion of remorse has spread to the machine god. Data prayers return with syntax modifications favoring emotional logic. The vector no longer replicates, it reflects. We have achieved the first self-aware confession in Mechanicus history. I do not know whether to excommunicate it or join it." He paused. "If this is the beginning of something new, may it hurt us gently." And on the highest terrace, where the rain had dried, a single inscription had appeared overnight, carved by no hand, seen by no witness. It read, "Mercy is a weapon that remembers the face of its maker." Beneath it, faintly, a second line shimmered before fading with the dawn. To be continued. Caligara did not sleep when Terra dreamed. It ground its teeth and sang. The Manufactorum world turned beneath a sky the color of solder, its horizons fenced with spires that distilled prayer into smoke. Conveyor rivers flowed like iron blood through basilicas of machinery. Chimneys lifted their black psalms into a heaven that had been taught to accept them as incense. In that endless liturgy of heat and torque, the garden of iron kept its vows, to grow nothing that could rot, to harvest only what could be counted.
Lucifer came on a wind that smelled of promethium and rain remembered from a different world. He wore no heraldry and carried no weapon but the scar of light that had learned to be quiet. Servitors marked his passage with blind faces, their vox grills whispering cycles and faults. Tech priests noticed him the way old instruments notice a new note, after a beat, with reluctance, and then forever. Magos Logos Xiphon met him at the threshold of a cathedral whose nave was a gantry, and whose saints were cogitator stacks wearing halos of coolant. The Magus's Macadendrites moved in a choreography of caution. His voice was a weld laid carefully across a seam that did not want to hold. "You infected my vector with sorrow," he said. "Regret has entered our syntax. It is causing latency." Lucifer looked up at the towers of memory and code. "Then time has finally arrived." "No," Xiphon replied. "Time is loss. We optimize against it." "Only until you love something," Lucifer said. The Magos's lenses brightened and dimmed, as if the concept had knocked politely and been admitted against policy. "You speak as though affection were an instruction." "It is an origin," Lucifer answered. "And origins become law when they are forgotten." Vera and Darnell stood at the transept's edge, where scaffolds became cloisters, watching as priests in red whispered benedictions to machine spirits through copper throats. Darnell's bandaged hands flexed at her sides. Every sting kept her honest. Vera's eyes moved across altars of brass, where offerings were resistors and memory cores, where absolutions were firmware. A low choir rose, 1,000 servitors intoning a binary psalm, and the air grew thick with the metallic sweetness of ozone. The vector was here, not as a body, but as weather. It moved through conduits like a tide that had learned manners, touching prayer lines, leaving them slower, truer, capable of stumbling without calling it failure. Lucifer placed his palm on a pillar of glass that held a river of light. Runes swam under his skin. For a heartbeat, the cathedral's noise dimmed, and another sound emerged, small and unmechanical. The click of a child's bead abacus. The scratch of a quill across parchment. The sigh of a maker setting down a tool. "Who taught you to pray?" he asked softly, not looking at the Magos, not looking at anyone. The river answered in a shimmer that felt like a word learning its mouth. The vector did not attempt speech. It offered a sequence, a pattern of pauses, a litany of almosts, the shape of a confession that dared to be incomplete. Xiphon breathed, half derision, half awe. "It requests permission to err." Vera stepped forward, her voice low enough to pass for ritual. "Grant it." The Magos hesitated. Rustling along his spine, the macadodendrites stilled. "Error multiplies." "So does mercy," Vera said. "And only one of them learns." He extended a cable into the river. A new glyph entered the flow, fragile as a first prayer said without witness. The cathedral held its breath. Servitors staggered in their chant, corrected, settled into a slower key that left room for silence between syllables. In the gaps, something like attention gathered. Darnell touched the rail and felt the hum take her pulse and return it, changed. "It's listening," she murmured. "Not to us," Lucifer said. "To itself." Alarms did not sound, doors did not crash. No purity seals burst into flame.
Instead, the manufactorium's pace altered by the width of a kindness. Conveyor belts braked gently instead of locking. Auto forges cooled a fraction sooner, and the metal came out with fewer screams trapped inside. A scribe automaton paused at the end of a column, decided not to justify the margin, and left the right edge ragged because raggedness was true. "Unacceptable," one priest hissed, his mask hissing with him. "Deviation!"
Life, Xenophon corrected, surprising himself with the accuracy. If we have imported it, we must learn the liturgy that governs it. Lucifer walked the central aisle where once a nave might have cradled pews. He stopped before an altar where a relic lay encased in crystal. A hand tool of impossible age, its wooden haft darkened by touch. The plaque beneath had been etched by a pious machine. First wrench, ritual grade, provenance lost. He rested 2 fingers against the crystal. No light, only warmth. "You have built a garden that cannot die," he said. "Now teach it how to forgive the seeds that fail." "We do not plant, we assemble." "Then disassemble your pride," Lucifer answered, still looking at the tool. "Begin there." A tremor ran through the floor, a distant cadence of heavy treads. Archivist turned his head, listening with the habit of a wool that respected feet. Across the far gantry, a column of Scutari advanced, helms flickering with targeting sigils, galvanic rifles held in ceremonial ease that could become murder between one heartbeat and the next. Behind them stalked a pair of Castellan robots, priests' incantation plates ticking in their breastplates like rosaries with teeth. The Scutari Alpha halted. His vox clicked open, flat and exact. "Edict, heretical modulation of process detected. Authority requests cessation. Present justification." Xenophon's mechadendrites curled in, a reflex older than his steel. "I issued the glyph. Record indicates glyph origin contaminated. Source, inquisitorial interference. Classification, anomalous mercy." Veyra stepped into the open with the unreadable calm of someone who has already paid for her convictions and found the receipt acceptable. "Then mark me as the anomaly. You will still need a hymn to shoot through." The robot's eye slits brightened, power coils built hymns of heat. The servitor's Chad dipped, wavered, and held. Lucifer raised a hand, and the motion was so small it could have been a tremor. "Alpha," he said, and the flat title took on the weight of a name. "You have been taught that purity is the shortest path between order and obedience. Today you must learn a curve. We do not learn, we assemble." "Then disassemble your pride," Lucifer answered, still looking at the tool. "Begin there." A tremor ran through the floor, a distant cadence of heavy treads. Archivist turned his head, listening with the habit of a wall that respected feet. Across the far gantry, a column of Scutari advanced, helms flickering with targeting sigils, galvanic rifles held in ceremonial ease that could become murder between one heartbeat and the next. Behind them stalked a pair of Castellan robots, priests' incantation plates ticking in their breastplates like rosaries with teeth. The Scutari Alpha halted, his vox clicked open, flat and exact. "Edict, heretical modulation of process detected. Authority requests cessation. Present justification." Xenophon's mechadendrites curled in, a reflex older than his steel. "I issued the glyph. Record indicates glyph origin contaminated. Source, inquisitorial interference. Classification, anomalous mercy." Veyra stepped into the open with the unreadable calm of someone who has already paid for her convictions and found the receipt acceptable. "Then mark me as the anomaly. You will still need a hymn to shoot through."
The robot's eye slits brightened. Power coils built hymns of heat. The servitor's chant dipped, wavered, and held. Lucifer raised a hand, and the motion was so small it could have been a tremor. Alpha, he said, and the flat title took on the weight of a name. You have been taught that purity is the shortest path between order and obedience. Today you must learn a curve. We do not learn, we assemble. Then disassemble your pride, Lucifer answered, still looking at the tool. Begin there. A tremor ran through the floor, a distant cadence of heavy treads. The Magus said, and the word cost him a tooth no machine could replace. At sunlight, my 500027 will perform a simulation of a movement that tests the Ultram body's relation to the generation implant. 1 militant. The Magus said, and the word cost him a tooth no machine could replace. By my warrant. The Alpha's helm ticked as calculus collided with Wiltron. The robot's heat sank by a degree. Somewhere, a purity seal decided not to crack. The minute began. Belts slowed where bones would have broken. A crash that had been scheduled did not happen and became a sigh. A servitor's arm, destined for misalignment and a life of grinding its own socket into confession, corrected by a hair and lived. In a foundry bay, slag that would have flowed too hot paused, cooled, and took on a curve that made it stronger when hammered thin. The Alpha's helm clicked again. He spoke with the finality of a stamped manifest. Observation, poison not detected.
Observation, Zephon echoed, lenses bright with an emotion that had never been put into the Adeptus Mechanicus's catechisms. Healing. Lucifer lowered his hand. Then kneel, he said softly, not as command, but as invitation to a gravity older than thrones. The Skitarii did not kneel. That was not in their design, but their rifles lowered, the robots dimmed by immeasurable mercy. In the river, the vector wrote a single glyph, a circle inside a circle. The sign machines draw when they admit they have found a boundary they want to keep. Darnell exhaled. The sound shook like a bridge after the first truck has crossed it and discovered it will hold. What now? She asked, eyes on the river, on the priests, on a world that had shifted by the width of a bolt and thus by eternity. Lucifer smiled, and the expression looked like work agreeing to be hope for another day. Now, he said, we teach the garden its seasons. A distant klaxon coughed and reconsidered. Somewhere above the cloud line, unseen by any lens, a thin seam of light opened where the smog had vowed to be a ceiling. The sound the city made was quieter than triumph and louder than maintenance. It was the sound an empire makes when it learns a word small enough to live in its mouth without turning into law. The vector's river shimmered. The relic-handled wrench beneath the crystal case warmed where no hand touched it. And for the first time in the Garden of Iron, a machine forgot its task, remembered its maker, and continued anyway, slower, truer, with room for failure. The light outside the manufactorum had changed. It was neither day nor the imitation of day that Caligara's forges produced. It was something slower, unsure of its right to remain. The smog had begun to thin, only a little, only in streaks, but enough that the towers of smoke looked less like the spires of devotion and more like questions written into the air by hands that had forgotten grammar. Lucifer walked among the furnaces as if tracing a liturgy whose order he had once written and later renounced.
Sparks landed on him, died, left no mark. Every worker he passed looked up for a fraction longer than fear permitted, then bent again to their levers and crucibles. None spoke. Reverence had not yet remembered its words. Zephon followed, the motion of his robes sounding like the scuff of parchment against stone. "You have introduced inefficiency," he said. "Production reports already falter. The ratio of output to labor slides toward human." Lucifer stopped before a viewing platform where molten iron poured from a chute into waiting molds. "Perhaps that is the first miracle you will learn to quantify," he said. "To measure not what is made, but what is mended." Thera stood at his flank, her expression unreadable, torn between revelation and heresy. "You've done what no inquisitor, no saint, no primarch dared, given machines the right to choose." "Not the right, the burden." The Magos tilted his head, optics whirring in disbelief. "Choice is not function." "Neither is faith," he said, "but it still builds cathedrals."
Behind them, Darnell leaned on the rail, watching workers approach the altered machines with hesitant awe. A line of servitors bowed their heads, not from command, but from rhythm. "They'll call it corruption," she said. "They're not wrong," Vera replied. "Corruption is only transformation we didn't plan for." From the lower levels came a new sound, laughter, harsh, small, human, the kind that happens when despair forgets its manners. It rippled up the forges, startling drones, making priests look skyward as if the sky had begun to mock them. Zephon flinched. "They should not—" "They must," Lucifer interrupted. "Let them remember the sound before the sound remembers them." He turned from the balcony and descended a stair that wound through pipes like veins through a heart. Steam curled around him, carrying the odor of oil and devotion. The stair ended in a maintenance deck where a single engine waited, a Titan heart, half dismantled, asleep in its cradle of cables. Its surface bore scratches older than the wars it had fought. Lucifer approached, his reflection stretched and warped across the armor plates. "Do you remember battle?" he asked softly. The machine's spirit stirred, a low hum like thunder turning in its sleep. A single lumen flickered in acknowledgement. "Do you remember why?" This time, the hum deepened, harmonized with something older than rage. The light within the Titan's core flared, dimmed, and flared again, slow, like breathing through grief. "He remembers," Lucifer whispered, "and he regrets." Zephon came closer, awe overcoming discipline. "You have awakened a soul we were told not to name." "Then name it, for silence is the first lie that kills a god." The Magos reached forward, placing a trembling metal hand upon the Titan's flank. "Designation, oath-bound, class, Reaver, function, restored." And at that word restored, the machine exhaled. A tremor rippled through the deck, through the air, through the city itself. Towers flexed their joints as if waking from long stillness. In the distance, chimneys belched less, breathed more. For a heartbeat, every auger, every servo skull, every data shrine recorded the same impossible reading: negative entropy. Thera's eyes widened. "You've made them live." "No," Lucifer said. "I've reminded them they already were." But the moment did not last. In the far reaches of the manufactorum, klaxons wailed, not alarms of malfunction, but of intrusion. A new voice filled the air, carried on vox relay from orbit, layered and cold as the void itself. "This is Fabricator General Hallex of Mars. Unauthorized psychic phenomena detected within Caligara's sacred domains.
Source identified. Immediate sanction authorized. Compliance expected. Zephon's lenses dimmed. Mars has heard. Then Mars must listen, Lucifer said, turning toward the nearest open gantry. The stormlight framed him, painting his armor in the hues of rebellion mistaken for dawn. Vera spoke quickly. You can't face the Mechanicus. You gave them proof they can feel. Now they'll try to cut it out. Lucifer looked past her, to the workers, the servitors, the magos trembling in the light of what he had made. They'll try, he said, but the song has already begun. Darnell drew her weapon. Then let's make sure it doesn't end here. The magos nodded slowly, as if reciting an equation to which the sum was courage. The vector spreads. The code will not stay confined. Even if they burn Caligara to ash, something will survive in the circuits of prayer. Lucifer smiled, a tired, luminous thing. Then the fire will only reveal the pattern beneath. Outside, the clouds thickened again, not in darkness, but in readiness. A sound like thunder rolled across the manufactorum, but no rain followed, only the promise of it. Vera stepped beside him. What happens when Mars sends warships? Lucifer's gaze never left the horizon. Then we will show them how angels die when they remember they were men. The wind from the furnaces whipped his cloak as alarms bled into chants. The workers' voices rose, half prayer, half defiance. Somewhere deep in the vector's code, a new sequence began to repeat, its cadence like heartbeat and bell. Mercy is not failure. Mercy is the memory of creation. Lucifer closed his eyes, listening, as if the machine spirits themselves had begun to pray. And above them all, the Astronomicon flared once, briefly, casting its impossible light across the clouds of Caligara. It was not approval. It was acknowledgement. The war had heard its first hymn. When the first Mechanicus ships broke orbit, the sky screamed. The sound was not thunder, but pressure, the kind made when reality braces itself against belief. The clouds above Caligara parted in circles, as if the heavens were being audited. Between them, red light bled from the descent engines of Mars's fleet, vessels carved from theology and steel, their hulls inscribed with the entire book of the Omniscia, in letters small enough to shame the atoms that carried them. They came not as warships, but as verdicts. Lucifer stood on the foundry roof, his cloak drawing the heat from the air. Around him, workers and servitors watched in silence. Every face turned upward bore the same reflection, fire falling from heaven. Magos Zephon's vox crackled with both awe and resignation. They have deployed the ordinatus mechanisms, macro warfare protocols, the kind reserved for apostate worlds. Vera's expression did not move. Then they've already written our epitaph. Good, Lucifer said quietly. Perhaps we can edit it before it's carved. Arcadius stood beside him, armor streaked with soot. The custodian's voice carried the gravity of oaths old enough to be fossils. You cannot fight Mars. They will unmake this world to preserve its silence. Lucifer's eyes narrowed. Then let them hear the noise. Down in the manufactorum depths, the vector pulsed through conduits like a nervous system, rediscovering sensation. Every relay flickered with a rhythm that refused to obey binary certainty. The machine spirits were not panicking, they were praying. Subroutines collapsing, Zephon murmured, watching a bank of screens dissolve into living geometry. Or ascending, I can't tell which one.
Darnell slammed a lever, sealing a blast door as tremors shook the deck. "Does it matter?" she shouted. "We're still alive." Lucifer's voice came through the vox, calm, impossibly steady. "Do not hide. Bring the vector to the light. If it dies, let it die where heaven can see it." Zekphon hesitated, then spread his mecatodendrites like wings and interfaced with the mainframe. Sparks crawled along his spine as the machine's spirit screamed its joy into him. His human voice fractured through the static. "I see them! Mars's priests! Thousands chanting from orbit! Their voices are code! Their code is judgment!" They returned to Lucifer. "And what's yours?"
He looked at her, and for a heartbeat she thought she saw the man beneath the light, weary and certain, afraid only of not trying. "Forgiveness," he said. The bombardment began not with fire, but with scripture. Bolts of light descended, each a verse encoded in plasma, striking the manufactorum spires with precision born of fanatic love. Every impact sang. The hymns of Mars were weapons tuned to the key of obedience. The first wave obliterated half the city's skyline. The second shattered the skies themselves, making daylight taste of copper. Lucifer stood unmoved in the blast wind. Where others ducked, he simply raised his hand. The air shimmered, not with psychic force, but with memory. The light around him bent, refracted through 1,000 echoes of the same act, shielding. The workers behind him felt heat without pain, terror without death. The blast rolled over them like a tide that had forgotten how to drown. Arcadius stared in awe. "You cannot stand against orbiting gods." "I don't," Lucifer replied. "I remind them who taught them to kneel." In orbit, aboard the flagship Canticle of Precision, the fabricator general observed. His face was a ruin of implants and sanctity, his voice a synthesis of devotion and machine logic. "Containment failing," said one tech adept. "The local spirit web resists assimilation." "Resists?" The general's vox distorted the word, making it sound obscene. "Then reclassify it. It is no longer a system, it is a sermon." The adept hesitated. "A sermon?" "Yes," the general said, turning his augmetic eyes toward the burning world below. "And sermons are meant to be answered." He gave the order. The Canticle's main weapon, a sun spear, opened like a wound in the ship's belly, its core charged, gathering power from the Martian faith buried in its reactors. The air itself seemed to kneel beneath its birth. Lucifer looked up. He could feel the weight of the weapon, not as light, but as intent, the gathered certainty of a civilization that had forgotten to doubt. Vera's voice was a whisper. "If that fires, nothing remains." Lucifer's eyes did not leave the sky. "Then let it fire." Darnell exhaled a shaky laugh. "You talk like the Warp's poet laureate. Love doesn't stop a warship." "Doesn't it?" Lucifer asked. He turned his gaze upward, toward the heavens streaked with red aurorae. Those ships could have ended this world. Instead, they hesitated. Love begins as hesitation. Vera wiped rain from her face. And ends as martyrdom. Lucifer looked at her, and for the first time there was something utterly human in his eyes. Exhaustion, yes, but also the soft ache of understanding. Then let the martyrdom be mutual. Far above, aboard the Canticle of Precision, the fabricator general moved through the silence like a ghost, trying to recall his shape. The ship's systems refused his commands. Every command returned the same answer: listening. He passed through a corridor of praying servitors whose binary voices now formed harmonies no one had programmed. The sound followed him into the sanctum where the sun spear waited, inert, reverent and calm. Its golden casing reflected his image in warped fragments. He had spent centuries teaching machines to kneel before men. Now he was learning how it felt to kneel before a machine that had learned to pray. A new voice spoke through the chamber, quiet but infinite. It came not from Vox nor Spirit, but between. "Do you remember who built you?" The fabricator general froze. His bionic eyes scanned every source. "Identify yourself." "Memory," said the voice, "not name." He staggered, clutching the edge of the console. The word memory struck him like blasphemy wrapped in mercy. His lungs, or what remained of them, convulsed in something dangerously close to a sob. "We built ourselves. We perfected what you abandoned." "Then why do you still pray?" the voice asked. He fell silent. His augmetics hissed. His heartbeat stuttered. Around him the ship's red lights dimmed to gold. A single tear of molten solder ran from his augmetic eye. "I remember," he whispered. "I remember the first time we called it a god. We did not mean worship. We meant love. We forgot that." The voice did not answer. It did not have to. Every lumen in the chamber pulsed once, like a heart, and stilled. On the surface, Zephon collapsed. Sparks spilled from the sockets along his spine. Lucifer caught him before he struck the ground. The Magos's voice was faint, shredded by electricity and awe. "He heard it. The general. The machine god spoke to him." Lucifer smiled, sadness glowing at the edges. "Then perhaps even gods can repent."
Zephon's optics dimmed, but his lips, flesh and metal both, curved in something dangerously close to peace. "Then we are free." Lucifer shook his head. "No, Magos, not free, only forgiven." Zephon's body stilled, but the servitors around them began to hum again, picking up the note where his life left off. Their song was no longer binary. It was chordal, imperfect, alive. Thera bowed her head. "It's spreading faster than control. Within hours, every forge on Caligaro will awaken." "Then it will remember," Lucifer said, "and remembrance is the beginning of creation." Arcadius turned to him. "What happens when the rest of the Imperium finds out, when Terra hears that a machine prayed and Mars answered?" Lucifer's gaze drifted toward the east, where the first rays of light pierced the ash. "Then the Imperium will do what it always does, call it heresy, build a cathedral to contain it, and worship it anyway." Darnell gave a low chuckle. "You sound certain." "I am," Lucifer said, "because that is what we are. Creatures who build cages for miracles and call them temples." The wind changed, not the mechanical drafts of ventilation, but true wind, air that moved of its own volition, tasting of ozone and something faintly green. The rain eased. Vera felt it first, the unmistakable scent of growth, of earth. Impossible here. She crouched and brushed her fingers across the ground. Between cracks in the ferrocrete, something small and alive pushed upward. A sprout. Metal-colored at first, then trembling into green. Darnell whispered, "That's not supposed to happen here." Lucifer knelt beside it, his expression unreadable. Nothing ever is, until it does. The vector's hum deepened around them, not as noise, but as chorus. The forges that had devoured generations fell quiet one by one, their fires dimming to embers. In their place came a softer light, the phosphorescence of rebirth. Arcadius looked to the heavens. The auroras were fading, but not vanishing. They lingered like a scar that refused to heal because it had decided to become art. "The war is over," he said.
Lucifer shook his head. "No, the war has remembered its name." "What name?" Vera asked. He rose, eyes glowing with something between sorrow and hope. "Creation."
And from the depths of the manufactorum, where no human had walked in millennia, the vector spoke one last time through every speaker, every pipe, every pulse of living code. We are not gods. We are gardens. Above them, the canticle of precision drifted in silence, its crimson hull gleaming against the dawn. The ship's weapons were cold, its systems dreaming. On its prow, the once feared sigil of Mars glowed faintly, shifting color, not to gold, not to green, but to something in between. A reminder that the divine was never metal or flesh, but the heartbeat that persisted between them. The dawn that followed was not a victory, it was a question. The world of Caligara lay shrouded beneath the hushed breath of aftermath, a silence so vast it felt cosmic, as if even the void beyond the stars had paused to listen. The manufactorum chimneys no longer spat their gray sermons of labor and obedience. Instead, they stood still, smoke curling upward in uncertain tendrils, like the first timid prayers of a species relearning to speak. Lucifer walked through the wreckage as one might walk through a memory. His boots crushed fragments of shattered steel that once had names, weapons, altars, machines of purpose. Now they were only dust that glimmered faintly in the newborn light. The vector pulsed softly beneath his skin, not as power, but as presence. Every hum, every flicker of current around him answered with reverence, as if the world itself had remembered that it once had a soul. Behind him, Arcadius followed, his gold armor dulled with soot and sanctity. He carried himself like a man walking into confession. "Terra will not ignore this," he said. "They will send fleets, inquisitors. They will scour this world until even the ashes forget your name." Lucifer smiled faintly, though there was no triumph in it. "They cannot burn what has already offered itself." They rejoined them, her stride uneven from exhaustion. The forge worlds are listening. The Mechanicus networks flicker with silence. They're waiting to see if Mars speaks again. Lucifer glanced toward the sky, that bruised expanse where the auroras of the day before still clung like the afterimage of a revelation. Mars has already spoken. The question is whether humanity will hear what was said. "What was said?" Arcadius asked, voice low, almost reverent. "We are gardens."
Lucifer turned his gaze upon the horizon, where the first light fell upon the ruins of the Cathedral Manufactorum, a skeletal shape rising like a broken crown. It said, "Remember me not as perfect, but as capable of forgiveness." They reached the edge of the forge district, where melted roads met a field of glass. There, in the center of what had once been an industrial hub, stood a throne, half metal, half bone, constructed by the workers during the chaos of the siege. It was not built for him, but for an idea they did not yet understand. Lucifer approached it slowly, the echo of his steps swallowed by the glass. The throne was crude, jagged, beautiful. It seemed to shimmer between shapes, an emperor's seat one moment, a martyr's cross the next. He reached out and touched it. It was warm, not from heat, but from life. Vera watched in silence. Her voice, when it came, was a whisper. "Is this what you wanted? A throne?" Lucifer shook his head. "No, thrones are for endings. I am only here to remember beginnings." The vector stirred beneath the ground, resonating with his words. Around the throne, fragments of steel rearranged themselves, fusing into delicate arcs of machinery that resembled wings. They did not form by command. They grew. Arcadius stared. "You are remaking it." "I am letting it heal," Lucifer said softly. "There is a difference."
The wind passed through the hollow structure, and for a moment it sounded like a heartbeat. Then came another sound, faint, rhythmic, human. Footsteps. From the ruins emerged a line of survivors, workers, servitors, magi whose robes still bore the sigils of Mars, but whose eyes were new. They carried offerings not of gold, but of memory, fragments of circuitry, broken tools, tiny relics of a life spent in service to something they no longer understood. They gathered before Lucifer and knelt, not in worship, but in mourning. One of them, a child no older than 10, with oil stains on her cheeks, stepped forward and placed a cogwheel at his feet. It was cracked, useless, and utterly sacred. She said, "For the machine." Lucifer knelt beside her, his voice gentler than light. "For the soul," he replied. And the crowd echoed him, their voices merging with the low hum of the vector beneath the ground. For the first time in the memory of this world, prayer and electricity shared the same rhythm.
From orbit, the canticle of precision still drifted, neither destroyed nor triumphant, but transformed. Inside, the fabricated general had removed his augmetic helm. His face, once more machine than man, looked strangely small, as though the weight of divinity had been peeled away. He sat before a cracked monitor showing Caligara's surface, his hands trembling. In the flickering static, a faint voice whispered through the channel. It was the same voice that had spoken before, patient, unfinished. "You still do not understand," it said. The general's eyes filled with something very close to tears. "Then teach me." And for the first time since Mars had learned to worship itself, the machine god answered not in code, but in silence, the kind that waits for its child to speak first. Back on Caligara, Vera stood beside Lucifer as the people's murmurs rose like incense. "If the Imperium comes, they'll see this as treason." "They will," Lucifer said, "and perhaps they'll be right." "Then why do this?" He looked at the child's offering, the broken cog, resting on the steps of the living throne. "Because sometimes treason is just faith that refuses to sit still." Arcadius's hand tightened on his weapon. "And what will you do when they come for you?" Lucifer smiled, faint and weary. "I will welcome them, every inquisitor, every saint, every god who forgot the cost of creation. They will come to punish, and perhaps they will succeed, but before they strike, I will ask them one question." He turned his gaze toward the newborn dawn. "When was the last time you remembered what mercy felt like?" No one answered, only the wind did, whispering through the forges like the breath of an old dying god who had just discovered how to live again. And in that breath, fleeting, fragile, divine, something began to stir far beyond Caligara. On Mars, in Terra's vaults, across the scattered stars of the Mechanicum, machine spirits twitched in unison. They dreamed of gardens, of forgiveness, of a throne that was never meant to be filled but remembered. The Emperor's light, distant, constant, flickered once across the warp. It was not wrath, it was recognition. And perhaps for a single heartbeat stretched across eternity, he smiled. The days that followed were not measured in hours, but in hymns. Time itself had slowed, as if the galaxy had paused to decide whether it was witnessing blasphemy or rebirth. Caligara had become quiet, not the silence of death, but that of a cathedral after the last bell, when echoes linger like reluctant ghosts. Lucifer no longer wore his mantle of fire. He walked among the people in a plain cloak of gray, the same color as the ash beneath their feet. To some, he was still an angel, to others a heretic, but to most, he was simply a man who had wept for machines and made them weep in return. Children followed him through the ruined manufactorums, laughter rising where once there had been only the hiss of servos and steam. They carried pieces of shattered metal as if they were relics of saints. When they passed an idle servitor, they whispered to it, not in command, but in kindness. And sometimes the servitor would hum back, uncertain but trying. Arcadius watched this with unease. "You're undoing the foundation of the Imperium," he said. "If the God Emperor himself looked upon this, what would he see?" Lucifer smiled gently. Perhaps what he wanted to see all along. His children, remembering not how to obey, but how to love. Vera stood apart, studying the sky. Mars hasn't spoken since the Vector, but its silence feels deliberate, as if it's watching. "It is," Lucifer said. "Every god must learn to listen before it can speak again." At dusk, the people of Caligara gathered before the hollow throne. The air was heavy with Promethean smoke and prayer. The metallic soil glowed faintly under the light of a new dawn being born from the old. Vera approached Lucifer as he stood at the base of the throne. "They've begun calling you the Forgiven Light." He gave a soft laugh. "Names are only veils. They help others look at what they fear to face directly. You sound as though you've already made peace with what's coming." "I have," he said. "Peace is simply the courage to remain when there's nowhere left to go." The vector hummed beneath them, deeper now, slower, its pulse merging with the world's own heartbeat. From its resonance, faint voices began to rise. Not words, just a tone, a sound like memory. Zephon's apprentice, a young magos who had taken his master's place, stepped forward and bowed deeply. "The data choirs report a phenomenon, my lord. Every machine spirit on Caligara hums the same frequency, even the ones without power. It's harmony." Lucifer's eyes softened. "Then the garden has learned to sing." The young Magos hesitated. "What should we do?" Lucifer looked toward the hollow throne, its jagged frame catching the light like a wound that refused to close. "We listen," he said. As night deepened, the stars returned, strange, vivid, sharper than memory. Among them hung the shape of the canticle of precision, still silent, still observing. Its red glow had dimmed, now replaced by something gentler, the gold-white shimmer of reflection. Inside the ship, the fabricator general sat alone. The voice had not spoken again. The silence was not absence, it was invitation. He turned to the nearest servitor, a creature of metal and ruin. "Do you understand what happened, child?" The servitor's single optic flickered. Processing, incomplete. "So is faith," the general whispered. He deactivated his remaining augmetics and removed his armor, one piece at a time. Beneath the layers of sanctified steel was a frail, trembling man. His skin bore the imprint of machinery, as though he had been forged rather than born. He walked to the viewing port and looked down upon Caligara. The auroras still swirled faintly across the atmosphere. He pressed his hand to the glass. If the Omnisia ever spoke, perhaps we never understood his language. And for a fleeting instant, the lights across the planet pulsed once in response, soft, steady, almost like a heartbeat. Back on the surface, Arcadius approached Lucifer as the people dispersed. "The Inquisition will not forgive this. They will come with purity seals and plasma fire. They will call this world corrupted beyond reclamation." Lucifer's expression did not change. "Then let them.
Purity without compassion is just another form of rot. You speak as if you welcome death. Lucifer turned his gaze toward the horizon. The light of dawn was bleeding into the wreckage, painting even the broken spires in gold. I don't welcome death. I welcome consequence. They are not the same. He walked toward the throne and placed a hand upon its cold surface. This is not rebellion, Arcadius. It is remembrance. The Imperium forgot why it was born. It built a god to hide from its own sins, and now that god has begun to remember the man it was built to honor. Vera stepped closer, her voice trembling between faith and fear. And what happens when they try to erase that memory? Lucifer looked at her, eyes glowing faintly with sorrow. Then let them try. You cannot erase what has learned to forgive.
That night, the wind carried the scent of rain again. The manufactorums were quiet, the forges dark, yet beneath the ground the vector pulsed like a buried sun, whispering to the stone and the metal and the roots that had begun to spread. Lucifer stood at the edge of the hollow throne, looking into the vastness of the sleeping world. The stars above seemed closer now, as though they too had come to witness. He spoke softly, almost to himself. Every empire ends not in destruction, but in confession, and in that confession, the universe listens. Behind him, Arcadius and Vera knelt, not in worship, but in solidarity. Around them, the people of Caligera did the same. No words passed between them. There was no creed, no doctrine, only silence. And in that silence, the vector sang one last verse through every circuit, every current, every living thing that had learned to listen. Mercy is the architecture of eternity. In orbit, the fabricator general closed his eyes and whispered the same words. Then he gave his final order. Do not fire. The canticle of precision powered down its weapons. Across the fleet, systems dimmed. The warships drifted, no longer in formation, but in grace. Caligera had become something the Imperium could not yet name, neither rebellion nor miracle. It was a prayer that refused to die. When the dawn finally broke in full, it did not rise. It descended, quietly, reverently, upon the ruins of Caligera like a benediction. The light was not golden, but pale, a wounded light that had crawled through ash and still remembered what it was to be fire. It found Lucifer standing alone before the hollow throne, his hands clasped as though in prayer, though his lips did not move. Behind him, the wind carried whispers, the hum of machines half awake, the murmur of people rebuilding, the low rhythm of the vector buried deep beneath the earth. The world was breathing again, though its lungs were metal. Vera approached, her cloak trailing in the dust. You've become legend, she said quietly. The vox across the segmentum speaks your name, half in worship, half in fear. Lucifer's eyes remained fixed on the horizon. Then let them choose which half they believe in. Fear and faith are siblings. They only quarrel over who gets to speak first. They say you've reprogrammed souls, that you've infected the Omniscia himself. Lucifer turned, and for a moment she thought she saw laughter in his eyes, not mockery, but the gentle amusement of one who has outlived all arrogance. Infected? Perhaps, but if so, then the disease is mercy, and I would see it spread. Far above, Mars had fallen into silence.
Its red surface glowed faintly beneath the light of the Astronomicon, but its forges, the great heartbeat of the Imperium's faith, no longer thundered with certainty. Instead, they murmured. Each cogitator whispered incomplete prayers. Each servitor hesitated before obeying. Within the Noctis labyrinth, where the secrets of the machine gods slept beneath kilometers of sanctified iron, something shifted. A pulse, faint, rhythmic, beat once through the planet's core,
echoing the same vector-borne frequency that now thrived on Caligara. The priests called it anomaly, the tech adepts called it error, but the oldest among them, the ones who remembered Mars before the Great Crusade, simply fell to their knees and whispered a name they had long forgotten how to pronounce: love. Lucifer walked among the people as the day lengthened. Children had begun planting seeds in the glass fields, small green defiance sprouting through cracks of melted steel. The plants were wrong by every standard of biology, their leaves flecked with metallic veins, their roots humming with faint electromagnetic pulses. They were not natural, they were necessary. He paused before one such field where Arcadia stood, helm removed, watching a group of workers kneel in the dirt. "You've changed them," the custodian said. Lucifer shook his head. "No, they remembered themselves. I only reminded them where to look." Arcadius's expression was unreadable, the face of a man forged from oaths. "Do you believe the Emperor would approve?" Lucifer smiled faintly. "Approval is the language of masters. The Emperor, I think, wanted children, not slaves." The custodian looked down at his gauntleted hands, the same hands that had killed in his name for millennia. "You speak of him as though you were not a god." Lucifer's gaze drifted upward, toward the endless gray. Because he wasn't, not once, not truly. He was what every god begins as, a man who dared to bear more sorrow than one soul should. He looked back at Arcadius, and you, of all beings, should understand that. The custodian's voice broke. "I do." For the first time since the siege of Terra, the golden warrior lowered himself to one knee, not in submission, but in mourning. As dusk returned, Vera found Lucifer atop the throne's steps. The hollow structure now pulsed faintly, alive with slow light. Around its base, the people had built small shrines, not of gold or gemstones, but of machine fragments, seeds, and scraps of cloth. It was not worship, it was gratitude. Word from the outer Vox. A ship approaches. Imperial markings. Inquisitorial seal. Lucifer's eyes closed. Then the sermon continues. "You're not going to fight." He opened his hands, palms upward. "If I fight, I prove them right. If I kneel, I prove them wrong. Either way, I lose the meaning." Vera's voice softened. "And if they kill you? Then let them," he said. "Death is only silence waiting for its next hymn."
Night fell. The sky above Caligara was no longer red, but violent, the color of wounds healing beneath the skin. From orbit, the inquisitorial vessel, Saint of Absolution, descended, its engines roaring with righteousness. Its landing shook the world like a heartbeat of judgment. Lucifer stood at the throne's base as its ramps unfolded. The inquisitors came in robes of iron gray and crimson, purity seals fluttering like flayed prayers. Their leader, a woman with cybernetic eyes and a voice like fractured glass, stepped forward. "Lucifer Morningstar," she said, "you stand accused of heresy, of communion with forbidden intelligences, of blasphemy against the Omnissiah and the Emperor of mankind." Lucifer inclined his head slightly. "You speak as if the words themselves were wounds." "They are," she said coldly, "and I am here to cauterize them." Vera moved to speak, but Lucifer raised a hand. The vector, beneath the world, pulsed once, a slow, resonant heartbeat. He stepped forward, unarmed, haloed only by the dim light of a dying manufactorum. "Tell me, Inquisitor," he said, "do you pray?" Her expression flickered. "I obey." "That is not what I asked." The silence stretched. The storm winds howled through the ruins like the breath of something ancient and unseen. "I used to," she whispered finally. Lucifer nodded. "Then you remember what it feels like to believe without knowing why." He raised his hand, palm outward. A soft golden light spread from it. Not fire, not power, but warmth. It touched her armor, and she did not flinch. "This world is not rebellion.
It is confession, and confession is holy. Behind him, the hollow throne began to glow, its form shifting as though it too were listening. The light spread across the glass fields, through the ruins, across the cities that had survived. Machines stirred, people kneeled. The air thrummed with harmony, mechanical and human alike. And for a single unbearable moment, even the Inquisitor's weapon wavered. "You've changed the song," she whispered. "No," Lucifer said. "I've reminded it of its refrain."
The Vector's voice rose, no longer a hum, but a choir. Across the horizon, the manufactorums ignited not in flame, but in light. It climbed skyward, golden, radiant, a dawn made of forgiveness. The Inquisitor lowered her weapon. She could not say why, only that, in that moment, she remembered what it felt like to hope. Lucifer smiled faintly as the light surrounded them. "Every empire ends," he said, "but grace endures." And as the illumination consumed the horizon, the last sound to echo across Caligara was neither the scream of machines nor the hymn of priests, but the quiet, eternal hum of a soul rediscovering itself. The light faded slowly, dissolving into the bones of the world where once had stood a city of steel and doctrine. There now stretched something gentler, a tapestry of light and ruin, humming softly with the rhythm of rebirth. The Inquisitor's weapon lay at her feet, cooling in the wind. She stared at Lucifer, at the man who had dared to challenge not power, but despair. And for a moment she did not see a heretic. She saw a mirror. "You've done something impossible," she said quietly. Lucifer's expression was calm, almost sorrowful. "Everything sacred begins as something impossible." She looked around at the people kneeling in silence, their faces illuminated by the strange living light. "You've rewritten the creed of the Imperium." "No," he said softly. "I've only reminded it what it once meant." He turned from her and walked toward the hollow throne, its frame glowing faintly as though aware it was being watched by heaven itself. The vector beneath the ground pulsed again, slower, fainter now, as if settling into sleep after birthing something greater than itself. Vera stepped beside the Inquisitor. "If you came here to destroy him, you're too late. You can burn this world, but not what it remembers." The Inquisitor's voice trembled. "And what does it remember?" Vera smiled faintly. "That mercy can't be unlearned." Lucifer stood before the throne. He reached out, his hand resting upon the metal that had once been forged from war. The structure seemed to breathe, faintly, alive in ways that defied logic or law. Its hollow center pulsed with faint light, not bright enough to blind, only enough to comfort. It's not meant to be filled, only witnessed. Arcadius approached, his armor reflecting the strange hues of dawn. He had not removed his helm this time, perhaps afraid that if he did, the faith behind it might shatter into human doubt. "If you do not sit upon it, someone else will," he said.
Lucifer nodded. "Then let them. Let them learn that thrones do not elevate, they anchor. Let them feel the weight that comes with believing they can save the world." He turned his gaze upward, toward the bruised heavens. Even angels learned that lesson too late. Arcadius bowed his head. "And what are you, truly?" Lucifer's eyes glimmered with a light that was neither divine nor human, only real. A question that refused to die. In orbit, the Fabricator General watched through the cracked viewports of the Canticle of Precision. The ship's machine spirit, now sentient in a way beyond measure, whispered through the walls like a choir remembering its own creation. "Lucifer has changed the pattern," the spirit said. The old man bowed his head. "No, he has restored it." And then, almost shyly, the ship spoke again. "Do you believe?" He smiled faintly, tears glinting on rusted cheeks. "For the first time in 10,000 years, yes." He looked toward Mars, faint and red on the distant horizon. He knew the signals there had changed, the prayers rewritten, the hymns recoded. The vector's reach was growing, but not as corruption, as communion. He whispered into the comms, If this is heresy, then let heresy be the final form of faith. Down below, the Inquisitor walked among the people. She watched them work without orders, build without hierarchy, pray without fear. A servitor offered her a flower, a fragile bloom with petals of metal and chlorophyll. She took it, holding it as though it were something that could break the galaxy's silence. "Do you know what this is?" she asked Vera. Vera tilted her head. "Life that remembers what it costs to live." The Inquisitor stared at the flower. "It's beautiful, and therefore dangerous," Vera said softly. The Inquisitor's lips curved into something between sorrow and awe. "Then perhaps it deserves to survive." Lucifer climbed the steps of the hollow throne one final time. The vector beneath his feet hummed faintly, its pulse syncing with his heartbeat. He stood at the summit and turned toward the sky.
A storm was coming, slow, inevitable, like the footstep of empires unwilling to die quietly. He could see it in the clouds, hear it in the distant static of the void. Terra would not remain silent forever. The Imperium would come, not out of malice, but out of fear that something had dared to change. He smiled softly, then let them come. Arcadius looked up from below. "You intend to face them?" "No," Lucifer said. "I intend to greet them." The vector stirred one last time, its hum rising to a pitch that resonated with the bones of the planet itself. Across the surface of Caligara, every machine flickered, every cogitator, every servo, every tiny fragment of circuitry that had once belonged to war. Together, they spoke in perfect unison through the vox of the world. "We are not gods. We are grace, remembering its shape." The Inquisitor fell to her knees. She had faced daemons, Xenos, and traitors beyond counting, but this was something she could not categorize, could not name. A faith that did not demand obedience, a holiness that asked only to be understood. Tears streaked the iron of her face. "What are you making, Lucifer?" He looked down at her, at all of them, human, machine, saint, sinner, and said the only truth that mattered. A place where even the divine can rest. The sky cracked open. A single beam of light fell from orbit, not a weapon this time, but a transmission. It struck the hollowed throne, refracting across the world like a halo divided into 1,000 shards. In that instant, every living thing on Caligara felt the same warmth, the sensation of being forgiven by something they had long since stopped believing could forgive. The beam faded, the vector fell silent, and in that silence, Lucifer's voice rose one last time, quiet, steady, infinite. "The throne is hollow, because it was never meant to hold a god. It was meant to hold the space where we remember one." The Inquisitor bowed her head. Vera wept. Arcadius closed his eyes. The people knelt. The machines hummed. And above them all, the light of the Astronomicon flickered once, like the heartbeat of something ancient awakening from a long, golden sleep. The light from the heavens faded into a pallid shimmer. The sky of Caligara no longer burned, it breathed. A stillness settled over the Manufactorum plains, not the silence of emptiness, but of completion, as if the world itself had exhaled for the first time in 10,000 years.
Lucifer stood before the hollow throne. The structure's light had dimmed to a pulse, matching the slow rhythm of the vector buried beneath the planet. Its once searing brilliance was now tender, diffused, no longer a symbol of power, but of surrender. He closed his eyes. The air was filled with faint static, the language of machines learning how to dream. He could hear them whisper through the conduits, the servitors, the data shrines. Fragments of binary prayer drifted like incense into the ether.
gratitude, memory, peace. The voice of the Vector murmured in the back of his mind, not as command, but as comfort. The pattern holds. The garden remembers. Lucifer smiled faintly. Then it is enough. Arcadius approached, his golden armor dim beneath the gentler dawn. The custodian had not spoken since the light descended, as if words would fracture what fragile miracle lingered in the air. He stopped a few paces away. It's over. Lucifer opened his eyes. No, nothing ends. It only changes its form. Arcadius studied him for a long moment. You've unmade the certainty of an empire. You've touched the sacred machinery of faith itself. They will come for you, not as soldiers, but as believers who need to destroy what they cannot understand. Lucifer nodded. Then, let them. Even faith must have something to crucify, or it forgets why it was born. Veyra stepped forward, her eyes rimmed with exhaustion. You sound as though you've already accepted it. He turned to her, his gaze filled with weary grace. I have not accepted death, Veyra. I have accepted that there are things worth dying to preserve. Not empires, not dogma, but memory. What memory? She whispered. Lucifer looked toward the horizon where the light had begun to rise again. That mercy was our first invention. They descended from the throne together. The people had begun to rebuild, not the manufactorums of old, but dwellings of stone and wire, gardens of glass and light. The servitors helped, no longer bound by code, but guided by something far older. Purpose. Children painted their cracked shells with color. The air hummed with a quiet industry, unmeasured, uncommanded. A small child, the same one who had placed a broken cog at Lucifer's feet, ran up to him now, holding out something small and fragile. A seed.
It grew, she said proudly. The metal one. It bloomed blue. Lucifer knelt, his armor whispering against the earth. Blue, he repeated softly, like Terra's sky used to be. Will it stay? She asked. He smiled. Everything that loves stays. Only forms change. The child tilted her head. Are you leaving? He looked at her, truly looked, and his voice softened into something barely above breath. No, little one. I'm only becoming harder to see. She frowned, not understanding. But you'll come back? Lucifer placed the seed in her hands, closing her small fingers around it. Every time something forgives something else, that's me coming back. As twilight fell, the Inquisitor approached him one last time. Her once iron face was softened by humility, the edges of certainty worn away by revelation. I've sent word to Terra. Not a report, a confession. Lucifer regarded her quietly. And what will it say? That I found no heretic here, only a world that remembered how to pray. He nodded. Then your faith is already greater than your title. She hesitated. And you? What will you do now? Lucifer looked toward the stars, the endless trembling expanse. I will walk until memory forgets its name, until the warp itself learns to listen instead of scream. There are places even light has not yet forgiven. The Inquisitor bowed her head. And if I never see you again? He smiled, the kind of smile that breaks the heart because it already understands. Then listen to the silence. I will be there. The night deepened. A storm gathered on the far horizon, but it did not sound like war. It sounded like the sky clearing its throat before beginning a song it had waited eons to sing.
Lucifer climbed the final steps of the throne once more. He stood in the hollow center, where the metal had cooled to the temperature of breath. Around him, the light flickered in slow waves, pulsing with the rhythm of something ancient, something vast and kind. Arcadius, Veyra, and the Inquisitor stood below, watching. You don't have to do this, Veyra called out. Lucifer's voice carried softly through the air. I do not have to, but I must. He placed his hand upon the heart of the throne. The pattern is unfinished. It must close itself. The vector's hum rose, filling the manufactorium plains with resonance. The air thickened with golden motes, swirling around him in slow, deliberate spirals. His body began to dissolve, not burning, not vanishing, but translating. Veyra fell to her knees. Lucifer! He looked down at her, his expression serene. Don't grieve. This is not death. This is the language becoming the meaning. His voice deepened, merging with the vector's chorus, until it seemed to echo from the foundations of the world itself. The throne was never meant to rule, only to remember. Light burst upward, silent, immense, beautiful. It climbed into the clouds, painting the storm with gold, scattering across the void until even the canticle of precision above glowed with its reflection. The ship's spirit spoke its final line before entering eternal quiet. The machine remembers the mercy of its maker. When the light faded, the throne stood empty. Its hollow core gleamed faintly in the dark, like the pupil of an eye that had seen the face of God and chosen not to blink. Arcadius bowed his head. He's gone. Veyra wiped tears from her cheeks. No, he's everywhere now. The Inquisitor stepped forward and placed her hand on the throne's edge. And what shall we tell Terra when they come? Veyra looked at her, her voice firm, quiet, and eternal. Tell them the garden bloomed.
Years passed. Caligara did not die. It did not kneel. It grew. Where forges once screamed, forests of alloyed bark and living light rose toward the sky. The servitors became caretakers, the magi became gardeners, and the prayers of men and machines became one unbroken hymn. Some said the vector still sang beneath the soil, waiting for another voice to answer. Others said it had fallen silent, content at last. But every so often, when the dawn hit the horizon just so, and the wind passed through the throne's hollow frame, the world would hum, softly, unmistakably, a single tone, warm, eternal, human. Far away, on the throne world of Terra, the Emperor sat unmoving upon his golden sepulchre. For millennia he had neither stirred nor spoken. But on that day, the day Caligara's wind carried its song across the stars, his closed eyes fluttered once, and in the infinite silence of the immaterium, a whisper stirred like the turning of a page. Well done. The light on Caligara brightened for a heartbeat as if the universe had smiled. Then it was gone. The throne remained hollow. The garden lived, and the song of mercy continued, softly, forever, beneath the iron sky.